Alors, mes chers collègues, je vais vous demander de...
Dear colleagues, I would kindly ask you to take a seat.
Voilà. My dear colleagues, mes chers collègues,
Dear colleagues, good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Economics and Security Committee. I'm delighted that we were able to gather here today and meet physically, and I declare our meeting open. Indeed, in recent months, we met quite often by video conference, and being able to finally see each other face to face is something I believe essential. I just wanted to take a few minutes to thank our Lithuanian hosts. I would like to thank them for organizing this meeting on such short notice and in particularly difficult circumstances. I'd like to recall that we had originally planned to meet in Kyiv, but for reasons you're familiar with, we were unable to hold this meeting in Kyiv as we had initially planned. And in this sense, I would more specifically like to thank Mr. Olekson Kornigenko for being with us. He is the first Vice President of the Rada, the Ukrainian Parliament, and he is with us here today. A round of applause. Now, no one was surprised by the fact that we had to change the location of our meeting. And it is our dearest wish, and this was expressed yesterday by the Vice Minister of Ukraine during the Standing Committee's meeting. The wish is that in 2 years, in 2024, we could have a NATO Parliamentary Assembly meeting in Mariupol. This would be very symbolic, given the current backdrop. We keep our fingers crossed and hope that this will be possible. The Lithuanian delegation and the Lithuanian Parliament have worked very hard in recent weeks in order to organize this session at a very short notice. And on your behalf, I would like to thank our hosts for this commitment, for the work they have done, and for organizing this meeting. We are aware of the efforts this has required on their part, and I believe that we can give a round of applause to our Lithuanian colleagues for all the efforts carried out in order to welcome us.
Alors, je vais vous donner quelques informations pratiques.
I would like to give you a few practical information because we have a very heavy schedule for today.
Donc, nous allons rentrer tout de suite dans le vif du sujet de cette réunion.
So we can
Donc, je Je salue donc la présence
start directly. So I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Lithuanian Financial Minister, Madam Gintarė Skaistė. I hope I pronounced that somewhat correctly. And she will be presenting us the Lithuanian standpoint on the global economic situation. Following this discussion and this presentation, Mr. Denis Kudin, First Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, who was supposed to be with us, but who was unable to make it given the current situation. He will be with us via video conference, and he will be speaking about economic and military cooperation between Ukraine and NATO. And he will be talking to us about a plan on post-war reconstruction and development. This will be followed by a discussion and a short coffee break around 11:45. And then our general rapporteur, Madam Harriet Baldwin, will be presenting her review of a preliminary draft report on the fight against corruption, and then we will move on to the lunch break. We will then be moving to the presentation of the activities of the committee and subcommittee, followed by the review of the preliminary draft report of the subcommittee on transatlantic economic relations, the Western Balkans, Russia's war on Ukraine, and the region's enduring challenges. Our last speaker in the afternoon will be Mr. Vladimir Milov. He will be joining us in order to speak about the impact of the war on the immediate and long-term economic prospects. We will then be moving on to the report titled Strategic Trade Challenges, Securing Essential Industries and Supply Chains. Our three draft preliminary reports are available online on the website of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly and on the SharePoint dedicated to this meeting. A coffee break is scheduled at 11:45. It will be a very short coffee break, and then lunch will be taking place between 1 and 2:40 in the building of the Parliament. This meeting is filmed and live-streamed on the TV channel of the Seimas. The videos and the photos of this meeting are public and can be published for communication purposes. Official photos of this meeting and of this session can be consulted and downloaded on the NATO Parliamentary Assembly account.
D'approuver cet ordre du jour.
I would like us to adopt this agenda. Are there any observations? We will consider it as adopted unanimously, and I'd like to thank you. We need to adopt the minutes of the meeting held on October 9th in Lisbon. You have all received this document. Are there any observations? Are there any objections? So I consider it unanimously adopted, and I would like to thank you for this as well. I would like to seize this opportunity to inform you that one of the speakers in Lisbon last year, Mr. Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is a figure of the Russian democratic opposition. He is extraordinarily brave. He is a well-known journalist whose articles were often published in the international press, for example, by the Washington Post, among others. He was arrested in Moscow on Monday, April 11th, for having disobeyed the orders of the police. He was in detention on trumped-up charges of administrative violations, and he was also accused of spreading deliberately false information on the Russian armed forces. He is currently in provisional detention and risks a sentence of 15 years in prison if he is found guilty. I wanted to say that together, and we will certainly be drafting a letter on behalf of our committee to the Russian authorities in order to strongly condemn this arrest, because this certainly poses a problem. And in this context, we understand that this is the symbol of the authoritarianism that characterizes Mr. Putin and his regime, and this must be condemned in the strongest manner. We will seek to convey this message to the Russian authorities, and Paul, if you could take care of this, send a message to Vladimir's family, a message of support on behalf of our committee. Thank you.
Alors, nous allons pouvoir aborder donc
So now we'll move on to the first point on the agenda. It's now my honor to introduce to you Gintaras Skaiste, Lithuanian Finance Minister. Mrs. Skaiste will speak of the economic impact of the unprovoked war of Russia onto Ukraine and the impact on Lithuania and the global economy. She is an economist, a doctor in social sciences, and was appointed finance minister of Lithuania in 2020. And it's a real pleasure that despite her extremely busy agenda, she was able to join us today. Mrs. Skaiste, Minister, you have the floor.
Nice to see you, everybody, and nice to see you in Lithuania especially. I know that you have to be in the other country in this current period, but at this current situation, we are really happy to see you in Lithuania, and we can share our thoughts and views on the situation that is currently happening in Ukraine. And today I will talk about the economic consequences of this war, and I will show the example of Lithuania, but definitely it is the similar situation in the other countries of the world, especially in Europe and especially in our region. So I'll start briefly. So definitely the global economy was still coping with the consequences of the pandemic when the war started. I started my term in this position as a Minister of Finance in the end of 2020, when it was a pandemic wave in Lithuania, and we have to impose a very strict quarantine and lockdown, and during this period, it looked like it's really the major shock that will not repeat in several years. But what I do see now today, because I'm counting the crisis, being a Minister of Finance, I'm counting the crisis with the number of budgets that I have to present to the Parliament. So last week I have presented the 5th budget already during the 1 year and a half. So it means that one crisis after another is coming. So first it was a normal budget, and the pandemic situation, you have to amend another money to the budget because of the social issues, because of the health issues. Afterwards, it's inflation, energy crisis, war, and you see that it's for economic is definitely this period is constant change, constant shock. And we see that if the pandemic is already gone in our heads, but definitely the situation we have is another shock already. So I think the situation was started to change not only with the war, but I think Russia was preparing for this war situation and was intentionally trying not to deliver gas enough to Europe, and in this case increasing the price of gas, and now we have the consequences that we do have now. So it started not only with the invasion day in the 24th of February, but definitely it started much previously, and Russia was preparing for this current situation. So this Russia's invasion to Ukraine has definitely another consequences, not only the war, but it affects the prices of energy, because definitely Russia is an energy supplier, and also the food prices, because there is corn, wheat, and oil, sunflower oil was made in Ukraine, and it affects the prices in general, food prices in the markets, and also it disrupts the international trade as well. It affects the goods that are going through the ports of Ukraine. It affects the other international trade, and also it affects also the confidence of the players in the market and prospects, how we do feel how the economy will go in the upcoming period. So definitely we see the global impact, not only to Lithuania, but also not only to Ukraine, not only in the neighboring countries, but also the effect goes through whole the world, affecting the prices and the inflation rate in all the countries. So the development of the prospects for the economy was reviewed after the war, and if we see that the shock during the pandemic situation in 2020 was quite severe to the especially to the euro area countries, and also to the world economy as well, -3. In Lithuania's case, the effect was quite mild. The economy of Lithuania dropped only by 0.1% of GDP. That's quite nothing. We tried to be in the same level as previous the crisis. So the going back was not so bad in Lithuania's case, but looking at the current situation, we thought that our economy during this year will grow by 3.7% of GDP, and now after the war, after the invasion, we see that the prospects for this year is only 1.6% of GDP growth, and it's definitely 2% lower than we expected previous the invasion. And the same is happening in all the euro area, and I would say in the global economy, because the prospects for the global growth also was reviewed to lowering the prospects, and what we see that what we hope that will happen during this year, that economy will still grow, but in a in lower terms than we thought that it would be in this year. So although many economists are talking about the recession, I wouldn't say that it's on a current situation, on the current prospects, it would be the recession. But the uncertainty is very big, because definitely everything depends on the duration of the war, on the hardness of the war, and the inflation that it brings together with the situation. And also the sanctions are already also affecting not only the Russia's economy, Belarus's economy, but also it affects our economies as well. I would say that, in my opinion, to have these harsh sanctions is really important, not only in a short period of time, because you have the impact on the decisions that are made by Russian authorities and pushing them to stop the war, but also in a longer period of time, because you are preventing another war in Europe that might happen if Russia has ability to reinforce their army and to strengthen their army and make decisions to have the same decisions in the upcoming years. Because we have seen that Russia's way of acting is the same. They're pushing a bit and a bit and a bit, and so we have seen that they were many so-called small wars within the space of their influence, and therefore they're acting as a bit of trying to impose their influence in neighboring countries with the military invasion or without the military intentions, but definitely they're trying to keep the influence. And I would say that if not to stop them there and not to lower their abilities to reinforce their army, it might happen that in 10 years, in 5 years, we would see another war in Europe, and I wouldn't like to be in this situation. And also about inflation rate, which is definitely very, very big in Lithuania's case. In April, it was, if you compare the prices in the last year's April and this year's April, it's 16.6% higher than it was in the last year. So it's the second result in Europe. The first in this case is Estonia. And looking at the whole Europe, in the whole euro area, we see that that number for April differences in euro area is 7.4%. That result, I would say, this never have seen before in this area. And the prospects for this year, the whole year, the medium inflation rate for Lithuania is about 10%, and in the euro area is 6.1%. And what is the consequences of this situation? That definitely this tensions, the geopolitical crisis, have a negative impact on our exports and also to our investment decisions, and it will damage our possibilities and also the business investment during this year, and that is the projections that we do have. And looking at the prospects that I told you, we previously thought that the growth of our economy will be 3.7% of GDP, and now we project that the growth will be around 1.6%, but we will avoid the recession. And the same prospects are quite in the whole European Union, because we see that the projections is showing that the growth will be lower than projected, but it's still there, the projections of growth. But it's, as I said, uncertainty is so big that we cannot say is it the real result, and we'll see with the prospects of this war and how the war is going on. And talking about inflation, 2/3 of the inflation, it's an example of Lithuania, but kind of similar results are in the other countries of Eurozone, that 2/3 of this inflation is coming from external factors, especially from the energy sector. The energy prices are so big in this current period, and the projections for this year and the next year still that the energy prices will remain in the very, very high numbers. And previously invasion, because as I said, Russia was preparing for this war much previous, and the increase of the gas prices and oil prices was already previous the invasion. But previously we thought that the energy prices will go down after the heating season. And I thought maybe that in April of this year we'll see the prices of energy will go down. But the projections of today and the futures that of buyings in the future, we see that the prices are still high in this year, and maybe next year still will be in very high positions. And another influential factor is also the food prices at all, because it disrupts the supply chains, but also because of the reason that Ukraine is a producer of many food goods. So and also the crisis with the fertilizers, it affects the food prices as well. Looking at the trade and international trade, in our case, it really affects our exports and imports, because in the case of Lithuania, the share of exports to Russia was previously 10.8% of total exports, and in the first quarter of this year, it decreased to 7.9%. And with Belarus, it was previously 3% of our total exports. Now it's 2.1%, and the exports to Ukraine decreased very dramatically. So we see that exports to Ukraine decreased by 85%, to Russia and Belarus by 30%. And it's normal in this current situation, but it definitely affects the prospects of this year. And I would say that the kind of similar results are in this whole region for other countries in Europe, and especially neighboring countries with Ukraine. And because the energy is a key in this economic prospects, I would say it's really important to make decisions at the right time, because we had kind of experience, I would say, with Russia, because previous 10 or 15 years ago, we had only gas pipeline from Gazprom and nothing else, having our gas in Lithuania. And the prices for Lithuania from Gazprom was about 20–30% higher than for the other countries, just because we were not friendly enough with Russia. And after that, we made our decision to buy LNG terminal. The decision was made in 2010, and the LNG terminal was brought to Lithuania in 2014. And now we have ability to say goodbye to Russian gas, whatever we want, and we did that decision. But I think it's really important to make the decisions on the right time, because we had this experience. So we did the decisions not only with buying LNG terminal, but also with the electricity grid. The decisions to connect the pipelines of the gas, of oil, and electricity grid with the other countries in the region. Now we integrated much more with the other countries in Western European countries, and now we are not dependent on the Russian electricity grid, not dependent on the Russian gas supply, and now we have our own decisions and can help all the other countries in the region as well. So the last Sunday, the last decision was made. So now Lithuania doesn't buy Russian oil, nor Russian gas, nor Russian electricity, and I think it's really good example for the other countries. Then if you're starting your decisions much earlier, you can have the impact and have your own independence in this situation. But definitely, if we have independence of not buying Russian energy goods, but the prices are set in international markets. So it means that we're not buying Russian gas, but definitely we're buying much more expensive gas, just because the prices are set in international markets. So what is really important that we, as a European Union, especially, that we must continue with our green transition. That means that we must decrease the energy consumption, we must have renewables, and when we can set the prices in our own territory, not depending on the fossil fuels. And the ambition of Lithuania is, for example, in renewables, in 2030, we have projections that we will have 93% of electricity brought from renewables and not from the not made from the fossil fuels. And I think it's really important. And the green transition ambition for all European Union is set up higher in this current period with the Repower EU package. And I think it's really important to have the sometimes hard decisions, but you have to make these decisions because later it would be too late. And what the currently countries are doing, especially in the European Union, And I think the example of Lithuania, you see the example of our country, but the same is happening in whole Europe. Maybe the measures that the countries are implementing might be a bit different, but definitely the decisions are made in the same direction. Mitigation of energy price shock, because the countries are making different decisions. Some countries are lowering the exiles, the taxes on heating or on the energy good supply. We decided to cap the price increase by 40%, and the other gap will be covered by the state budget, and we made the decision to compensate the part of the price for households. Also support for Ukrainian refugees in Lithuania, because as you know, the countries neighboring Ukraine and in the Baltics as well have higher numbers of Ukrainian refugees. Now in Lithuania we have 53,000 Ukrainian refugees. It's about 2% of our total population. I know that in Estonia, it's about 2.5% of total population. In the countries that are neighboring directly with Ukraine, the numbers are much higher, especially in Poland. And definitely you have to have additional funds to support these people that are coming to our country. So we put in the budget 370 million euros. It's about 0.6% of our GDP. That's quite a big numbers. Also, critical national infrastructure in our case it's a results of the sanctions, because we have sanctions for Belarus's potash and fertilizers, and because they went through Lithuania to our port. Now our railway revenues decreased by half, and we have to support our infrastructure to keep the same quality levels. So we have to put funds through the budget and compensate this decrease. And also defense spending. Defense spending is increased, I think, in many countries in Europe, because now we have to make these decisions faster. Previously, we had 2% of our GDP dedicated to defense. And we have projections to have in the upcoming 2030, maybe to have 2.5% of GDP dedicated to defense. And after the invasion, we decided to make it faster, and now we have already 2.5% of GDP dedicated to defense, and even there are discussions to increase this number to a higher, but it depends on the real needs of our defense system. So the same decisions are quite made in all countries in Europe, and I think it will affect our decisions in the upcoming period. Because now, maybe you know, there is a proposal from the European Commission to extend the general escape clause, the suspension of the fiscal rules, not only for 2022 that we do have now, but also to the 2023. And so I think one of the reasons is the energy price shock, because you have to have your own measures to mitigate this crisis, and also with the defense spending, because all the countries are increasing their defense spending, and you have to go through this path in some way. So there are decisions to make this path maybe smoother and not so harsh to the member states. So these are examples of Europe, and I think that quite similar situation are in the whole countries in the European Union. But if to talk about the impact to the world, I think it affects not only the neighboring countries and the countries that are energy consumption in a very high number of energy consumption, but also the African countries that are using food from Ukraine. And it really, if we want to mitigate the food crisis, we have to find the way how to bring Ukrainian wheat from Ukraine, and to how to unblock the ports of Ukraine, or maybe to transport this wheat through different paths in Europe. So thank you very much, and if you have any question, I would be really glad to respond to you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la...
Thank you very much, Minister. I was just saying thank you very much for your presentation. It was extremely interesting and taught us a number of important elements. Of course, this raises a number of questions, so I'll ask my colleagues to ask questions. I'll take questions by two, if you agree. And I'll start by giving the floor to our Vice Chair, our colleague and friend Ivan Klementsiev from Latvia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Finance, for your excellent speech. I can begin from some compliment, because your surname, Skaiste, that means Latvian language is Skaista, it's beautiful. Thank you. But I have the questions. Previous months, before the 24th of February this year, many world authorities sent the information that Russia prepared for the war, to bring the military power to the Belarus, for the training camp, that the invasion can be, and also sent many different dates that the war will begin from this date. That means you also should be prepared for the date that the war will be. And if, of course, if it will be also influencing the Lithuanian economy, especially the gas supply, the electricity, the petrol. And I have the questions, which steps you did, for example, last year or before the 24th of February, to minimize this economic crisis? And how effectively working your LNG terminals independent? Thank you.
I think that decisions were made not in the current year, because you cannot prepare for the energy crisis in 1 year. Maybe you can, but it's really hard. We made our decisions, I think, much earlier in 2010, when we decided to buy LNG terminal and also to transform our electricity grid and connect it to the Western European part. And these decisions are very costly and they take time. But now we can make our decisions and to have energy independence. But I would say that energy independence doesn't really mean that you doesn't have energy crisis, because, as I said, prices are set in the international markets, so they are connected. So the prices in Lithuania are quite high, as in the other countries of Europe that did not have their decisions in the right time, and they have pipelines with Russia. So the prices are high, and you cannot prepare for that, at least in case you have renewables in such a big numbers that it doesn't affect the fossil fuels prices, doesn't affect the price of your home market.
Maybe one more remark. Now the Baltic countries discuss the questions to build a new nuclear station. What is the price? Can be maybe 10-12 billions. Do you discuss this question also in Lithuania government, and how you see we need to build a new nuclear station for the three Baltic countries? Thank you.
I think this question is not for me, maybe for the Minister of Energy. I would say that we had our possibility to build our nuclear power plant in some years ago, but we made the decision not to do that, and now we see that Belarus is constructing the nuclear power plant just in some kilometers from Vilnius, and now we have the consequences. So I think that decision must be done in the right time. So maybe there is a switch in our minds, and we will do these decisions maybe now, but we have to count very precisely what is our future, the renewables, nuclear, and the decisions must be done in our own common good.
Alors,
Thank you. Second question from our colleague Annick Piantier from Belgium. Annick.
Le Président, thank you. Interesting speech, Madam Minister. We all know that the economical consequences of Russia's war for the world, for Europe, have been drastic. You have explained a lot about that because of our need to decouple from Russian fossil fuels and our search for alternatives. The energy prices in all of Europe have gone upwards. And while the West is looking at this moment to other OPEC regimes to decrease its dependency on Russian energy, Russia looks to its allies, if I may call it like that, China, India, as an alternative to the European market. But aside from energy, there is the question of global food and raw material stability also in supply chains. The German ex-ambassador to Russia has explained that he sees that as a Russian strategy to destabilize Europe as migrants flee to the EU because the grain supplies are running out, and etc. You have explained the situation of Lithuania to decrease their dependency on Russia and halted, along with the other Baltic states, its electricity imports from Russia. My question to you is, do you see, apart from the autonomous decisions of every country, another role for the NATO alliance on one part and the EU perhaps on the other part in combating the rising energy prices and the energy poverty as well as the food insecurity? And as for Lithuania, you have explained the situation, the measures that you have taken, but can you give your opinion on the eventual backlash for the European economy as Baltic states are stopping their imports from Russia? I would like to know your opinion on that. Thank you.
Maybe you can repeat the last question, because...
If you could explain or give your opinion on the eventual backlash for the rest of Europe, as we see the decisions that are made by Lithuania and the other Baltic states to decrease their energy dependency on Russia. If you see a backlash or a consequence for the rest of Europe there.
I would say that, looking at the first question, that the cooperation between the NATO member states and also members of European Union, the cooperation in this period of time, I would say, is unprecedented, because the decisions are made very fast, they're very forward-looking, and we see the common needs very, very clearly. And the proposition that was made by European Commission with a package of Repower EU and to increasing our ambitions in green transition and also talking about additional funds to do these decisions is really important, and to find the way how to make these decisions faster. It's also really important not to just set the ambition in the very high numbers, but also to find the ways how to do that. So in this proposal, there are some clear commitments about how these decisions will be funded, and I think it's really important. And this is current shorter period of time, not looking at the transition of our energy sector, but looking at this current situation and mitigating the consequences of this shortages from Russia in gas. I would say that the other countries, cooperating countries, made their efforts in very in very high numbers, and especially United States, and also diplomatic intentions helping to have the energy goods, especially gas, from the other parts of the world, not only from United States, but also from the other cooperating countries. And without the additional diplomatic efforts, it wouldn't be the situation. So the cooperation that I do see between not only the members of European Union, but also the maybe NATO countries, but also in a broader terms, the like-minded countries, the sanctions-imposing countries that are cooperating in very high level, I would say. And in this current situation, it gives me hope that it might help to make this transition smoother, because these decisions are really not easy to make.
Très bien.
Thank you very much. Let's move on. Given the allotted time that we have, I ask you to be as brief as possible when asking your questions. I'm going to give the floor to Neil Dune from the United States. Neil, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me say, Madam Minister, I add my congratulations to Lithuania's early decision to make themselves less dependent on Russian oil and gas. Of course, you will never be entirely free of your dependence on fossil fuels simply because it's a feedstock for so many other products, too numerous to count, but agriculture and fertilizer come to mind. My colleague from Latvia mentioned nuclear power, and I want to come back to that because I wonder if your government considers that as a green, non-fossil fuel, sustainable alternative for less expensive energy that everybody is looking for. And as you're considering that, you might look at some of the countries that have the lowest lifting cost for fossil fuels in the world. Saudi Arabia comes to mind, which is rapidly building many nuclear plants of their own. There's a reason for that in terms of the cost of energy. Would you consider that in the future? And by the way, I urge all of the members to consider that. I yield back.
I think that in our case, the first priority during the last 15 years, I would say, was energy independence. So we had our decisions that to have independence to buy from the other parts of the world, not only from Russia, just because we had use energy as a threat, as a weapon from Russian side, and the first priority was to have independence to buy from wherever we want, to have our connections. Now there is a intention to have clear intention to have the producement from renewables, and the intentions looking at the ambition that European Union did have in last years. So all the strategy that was constructed in our country is constructed for renewables, and the electricity producement in 2030 should be 93% from renewables, and we have very clear projects dedicated to that. Wind energy, offshore wind, solar energy producement. So the energy strategy that we did have was dedicated to the renewables. If the situation is changed and the decisions might be different, there's also possibility to consider it and maybe to have additional measures that would help for the regional energy independence and regional security of energy sector. So I wouldn't say that there are no possibility of nuclear, but for this current strategy that we do have and all the projects in the pipeline, everything is dedicated to the green transition and to having renewables in 2030, 93%. Especially big project will be in on table in 2027, when we will have offshore energy, offshore wind farm, and it will produce very big numbers of energy, electricity that are needed in our country. So if there is a need for some regional decisions, I think the discussions could be open.
Oui, chers collègues.
Yes, please.
Vous vouliez rajouter quelque chose?
Did you want to add something?
I thank you very much for your answer.
Très bien.
Perfect. I'm now going to give the floor to Michael Sersztan. Our Polish colleague, Michael, is also co-chair of the unique group Ukraine NATO.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear friends, yes, we just were with a unique delegation to Lviv last week, and we had a possibility to meet with Oleksandr Kornienko, first deputy president of Verkhovna Rada, and our colleagues, so we know exactly what's happening in Ukraine. And I want to share with you my thoughts that Russia must be held accountable, and as this approach was missing in 2008 and in 2014, otherwise we will risk another escalation shortly. And my question to you, Madam Minister, it will be about sanctions. The first question is, are the EU sanctions working? Do you have any analysis on this? I hope that Russia will pay quite a heavy price for its war against Ukraine. And we put in our declaration we are going to adopt on Monday, standing with Ukraine, that our countries are invited to phase out of gas, coal, petroleum and uranium. But we are now discussing within the EU the sixth package of sanctions. And what's your opinion on this? What's the perspective to adopt it very shortly? Thank you very much.
Yes, definitely the sanctions are working, and what I do see in this current situation is the wish of Russia to show that sanctions are not working, but they are working, and they're working in very hard terms. And the projections of economists for Russian economy in the upcoming years is very, very critical. And I would say that maybe the sanctions are not working in a very short period because there are many sanctions there on the table, not only those who will affect the revenues of the Russian budget in a very short period of time, because these sanctions that would affect the Russian revenues in a very short period of time would be gas and oil ban, and it's really hard decisions for the member states, and these sanctions are not done. So the sanctions that are imposed, they're for the longer period of time, and the Russian prospects for upcoming years, they're much worse than it was previous, the invasion. And definitely it will have the impact, very hard impact on Russia's economy. But if we want to have the very fast impact on Russia's budget revenues, definitely there should be the decisions on the ban of energy goods. And in the sixth package of sanctions, there are oil ban. And there are definitely, everybody knows who is the country that are opposing for this decision. And I just hope that this decision could be found in a shorter period of time. Because if you have the proposal of the sanctions, but you do not have the sanctions itself, it affects the markets, it affects the uncertainty and the prospects what everybody weighs. So I think that if you propose the sanctions, they must be imposed fast. So in this case, it is harmful that Hungarian authorities are not doing this decision. So, but I personally think that Hungarian authorities are looking for the decision with the European Commission, and I just hope that they will find it in a shorter period of time, because it really affects the markets itself. So I think that what Hungary is looking for, it's my opinion that they are looking for the possibility to have the other projects that might help for energy independence in the upcoming years, and funding for that. So definitely, with a decision of banning oil, we must have some transitional period, and I think that it is proposed for vulnerable member states. So I just hope that the decisions must be fast. But there is another question on the table. Looking at the prospects of reconstruction of Ukraine. So who will pay for this reconstruction phase? And there is an open question about Russian freezed assets that are not only in European Union member states, but also in the NATO member states. And freezed assets of the Russian Central Bank could be the solid foundation for this reconstruction phase. And in my personal opinion, I would be open for the discussions about the using of these Russian freezed assets for reconstruction of Ukraine, because I see these assets as a war reparation, because definitely we see who is in charge of the decisions in a war situation.
Très bien.
Thank you. I'm now going to give the floor to our rapporteur for the Transatlantic Subcommittee for Transatlantic Relations, Faik Otsak from the Turkish delegation.
Thank you. My question is that now Fed has started to increase the policy rates, and I think ECB will follow soon. As the Minister of Finance, those rate increases, are they facilitating your job or rendering it more difficult in order to combat inflation and keep growth at certain level?
I think maybe they will not have such a big influence that everybody expects, the increase of these rates, because the problem is not there in this current situation. The problem is with supply chains, energy market, and not with the price of money. So I wouldn't expect the very big impact of these decisions on our inflation rate. So definitely the monetary policy for this current period of time is too loose for Lithuania, because we didn't have the impact or in such a big numbers like Southern European countries in the situation. But I would say that the problem is not there. So is not in the price level of money. So it will have impact definitely, but not in such a big amount that everybody expects. It's my opinion.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to give the floor to the General Rapporteur of our committee, Harriet Baldwin, from the United Kingdom.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much.
Our friend, the Lithuanian Finance Minister, for a very interesting presentation, and particularly congratulations on the foresight that Lithuania has had in terms of energy dependency on Russia. The UK also is doing everything it can to ensure that by the end of this year we stop buying Russian oil. Obviously, in terms of our domestic energy supply, we are fortunate that we have our own North Sea reserves, but we also have invested very heavily, particularly in offshore wind. On sunny and windy days, we often have a grid that's almost completely powered by renewables. And we're also very grateful to our friends from Norway and from the United States for helping deliver liquid natural gas to the 3 terminals that we have in the UK. So really, really value the approach that Lithuania has taken. I think it's a lesson that can be learned widely across the rest of Europe. May I just also ask the question that my understanding is that Lithuania also controls the energy supply into Kaliningrad. Is that correct? Thank you.
There is a pipeline of gas to Kaliningrad, yes, but we have agreements with Russia, and in our case, there is no intentions to break these agreements that we do have. I see that maybe Russian side is afraid of something. They brought their LNG terminal to the Kaliningrad, preparing for something, but there are no intentions to close this pipeline.
I'm now going to give the floor to Andre Johnson from Iceland.
Yes, thank you. I think it's really interesting how the discussion has been based a lot around green transition, and it goes to show that we haven't forgotten that underlying crisis, even if we're going through other crises along the way. I found it interesting how you demonstrated that you brought closer in time the goals you had for defense spending. You were aiming for 2.5% of GDP by 2030, but you've already reached that to react to the current crisis in the Ukraine. I'm wondering if the government's been looking at doing the same with the green transition goals. You mentioned you have a goal of 93% renewables by 2030. Could that be brought closer in time by investing more heavily? It's complicated and expensive, but it's also not that complicated. If you throw a bit more money at it, you might reach it quicker. And also if you're looking at gearing up ambition when it comes to your climate goals as part of this.
Definitely, we are part of European Union, and if the ambition is set higher for the whole European Union, we would follow that. But looking at the renewables, I would say that Lithuania is in the front lines of European Union, and the European Union has the ambitions as high as we do have. So the ambition that we do have in 2030 to have 93% of electricity from renewables for European Union is not the case. So the ambition is higher than for the others, and it is difficult to make these projects faster just because it is not done by one day, because the transition and the projects that are projected, they're big projects, and you have to prepare all the phases of these projects. And I would say that the main additional energy from the renewables would be in 2027, when we will finish our offshore wind farm in the Baltic Sea. So it's from looking from the prospect of today, it's 5 years, so it's not very, very far away. But also we are making some decisions also faster than we projected previously, looking at the synchronization of our electricity grid with Western Europe. We're trying to make these decisions faster. So it's like a bit of Pareto principle to make some decisions that are not costly in time and not costly in money, but they will make a bigger impact on our electricity independence.
Now
I'm going to give the floor to the Vice Chair of Wartime, Alexandra Kudning. Yes, please, you have the floor. Ukraine, please.
I was by Ukrainian, sorry.
My last name is Kornienko.
From Ukraine.
First of all, allow me to thank you very much to Lithuania for your support, including financial support. I would like to ask one more question that has not been yet asked. This is about the Ukraine's prospects for the EU membership. Because right now, there are processes underway that we are still pending the decision from the European Commission. And according to the mass media and other publicity, that there are very different opinions about that. But we know that Lithuania has always been optimistic towards Ukraine's membership, or at least candidacy to the EU. Why am I raising this issue right now, right here? Because the European Union used to begin as an economic union, and one of its major advantages has been the economy, and I run the Economic Committee. We believe in Ukraine that if Ukraine is provided with a candidate status, this is an important political step forward, but also it's going to raise economic stability in the entire region, because it's going to allow us to get much closer and to be much better integrated based on the outcomes that we have already achieved through the association agreement with the EU, and it's being performed quite well. And somewhere in some of the items, we have performed 100% of the association agreement. What would you say as a representative of the nation that is so optimistic about Ukraine's accession, or at least candidacy of Ukraine to the EU? What could you say to the colleagues who have a rather alternative or even pessimistic opinion about this? And what's that we have to do together over the next couple of weeks to convince those countries who still have doubts about that? Because right now, Ukraine desperately needs this status to keep going forward towards its victory and towards its recovery and rebuild. Thank you.
Lithuania is a front runner in this situation, and we definitely think that the status of candidacy for Ukraine would help in the hope of people who are fighting, but also looking at the prospects of our common future, because I think that stability and being peaceful countries in Europe, it's really important. Not only just having our own goods in European Union, but also we see that in this current situation, you see that the war in Ukraine affects our economies, our own good also, not only the Ukraine, but also we see the fleeing people from Ukraine, but not also only from Ukraine, because the food crisis affects the African countries, and I would expect the increase in migrants from other countries. So definitely we see that instability in Europe, it affects all the member states. So having the peaceful countries and like-minded countries in the whole European continent, it's in our common good. So in this current situation, I do see a very big profit from having these two processes together: reconstruction, the Ukraine after the war, together with the preparation for being a member state of European Union, because you have to implement some reforms that are still on the table and are still discussed. Having these processes in line, it would be mutually beneficial, because you can find many synergies in the two processes, giving the money for reconstructing the infrastructure, but at the same time you have implemented the reform, and it's a mutual beneficial projects. So I would say that having these processes in line at the same time it is in our mutual wish and mutual benefit.
Before we conclude, Madam Minister, I would like to ask you two questions. Regarding the specific situation of Lithuania, Lithuania is the only country with Poland in this region to share a border with Russia and Belarus. For Russia, it is the Kaliningrad enclave. Earlier, you mentioned that Lithuania had no intention to stop the agreement with Kaliningrad for the gas supply. But in this context, could you tell us if there are trans-border agreements between Lithuania and Kaliningrad? Did you feel that these relations were impacted by the current conflict? And regarding Belarus, we all remember the demonstrations which took place some years ago against the regime of Lukashenko, and in this context, I would like to know what was the impact of the Russian crisis on the economic relations between Lithuania and Belarus? Could you also tell us how, in the context of the sanctions adopted, because some of these sanctions targeted Russia, others Russia and Belarus, do you think that these sanctions are effective? Do you think that these sanctions will make sure that things can change in Belarus as well?
These are quite difficult questions, the second especially. The first one is maybe easier. We have the agreement with Kaliningrad and with Russia in order to have the transition to Kaliningrad, and we do not have intentions to break these agreements, but definitely what do affect this trans-border relations, it's sanctions, because what is sanctioned in the packages of sanctions in the European Union, definitely we follow these decisions, and the goods that are sanctioned, they are not going through the border of Belarus, and also within the border of Kaliningrad. So what I do see that it's not only the sanctions, official sanctions, but also there is a process of self-sanctioning. That means that some businesses that had relations with Russia, with Belarus, they are sanctioning themselves because they feel the society opinion, and they are withdrawing from Russia and from Kaliningrad, from Belarus. They are making these decisions without official sanctions. They are just withdrawing because they feel that to be there is not good. It's not good in this current war situation, but also it's not good looking at the uncertainty and the instability of these countries. So they are withdrawing, and we see that process. Talking about the influence of the sanctions on the regime in Ukraine, in Belarus and Russia, I don't know what they will do and how these economic sanctions would affect their decisions. What I do see as an economist, that these sanctions are making very big impact on their economies. In Belarus, in Russia, it makes the influence on the economic consequences and the prospects of the country. Will it influence the political decisions of the political authorities? I do not know, because it depends on them. What they are telling to the media, that Russian people can support everything. They are used to it. So I don't know if the Russian people are really used to be in a poor condition. I don't know. I wouldn't like to live in their countries in this current situation, but the effect on the political decisions, it's a political process. I don't know what will happen, but definitely what is my intention in talking about the sanctions in the upcoming years, that it must influence their ability in reinforcing their military. If they will not have enough budget revenues, they will not have the possibility to reinforce their army because they have very big losses in this war. And if we don't want to see another war in Europe, we must have the conditions of their army not in very good conditions. If they will not have enough budget revenues, they will not reinforce their army, and we will see the lowering their abilities to fight again.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I think we can have a round of applause. Many thanks, and I would also like to thank you for giving us such precise, accurate answers. We will now be moving on with the agenda. And as I said, yesterday evening we were told that Madame Yulia Turidenko, First Minister of the Economy in Ukraine, had to take part in a meeting in Kyiv, and as such she was not able to join our committee today, which is a pity. Thank you. This is unfortunate, but given the situation and how the situation is evolving, nevertheless, I'm delighted to announce that the first Vice Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Mr. Denis Kudin, has accepted to join us at the last minute. He is joining us by video conference. We are very grateful that he accepted and agreed at the last minute to take part in our meeting. Our speaker is a graduate of the National University of Taras Shevchenko of Kyiv, from the London Business School and from the Columbia University Business School. He served at the United Nations as first Vice President of the Fund for State Funds of Ukraine, and currently he is first Vice Minister of the Economy of Ukraine. Mr. First Vice Minister, many thanks for joining us today, for agreeing to join us on such short notice. I will now give you the floor. You will be talking about reconstruction and the challenges linked to reconstruction in the west and maybe the east of Ukraine. We'll talk about that later. Many thanks, Mr. First Vice Minister, for agreeing to join us today and for agreeing to speak in front of our committee.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I take this opportunity and first of all would like to thank you for the support of Ukraine and solidarity with the Ukrainian people at this difficult time. And this is especially important because now our entire country is suffering from the aggression from Russian Federation, and it has been debated in this committee particularly. Today it is absolutely clear that Russia has challenged not only Ukraine, but the whole world, and the values that are nurtured and protected by Europe, defended and protected by the alliance, are under threat due to Russia's illegal and aggressive actions. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to join the Security and Defense Committee of NATO Parliamentary Assembly today. And during my speech, I will address the economic and military cooperation between Ukraine and NATO, the present state of Ukraine's economy, and the movement towards a plan for post-war reconstruction and development that we are drafting now. Basically, in more detail, I will elaborate on macroeconomic situation in Ukraine, the economic policy of wartime that we are implementing, the nearest macroeconomic forecast that we have put together, and finally, the reconstruction and development. So NATO strategic partnership is an important and integral part of Ukrainian European integration force. And the invulnerability of this force is no longer in doubt. I believe that our whole nation proves by actions that this is our vital choice. And in 2014, Ukraine has been moving steadily through the adoption of relevant internal reforms. And the most pressing issue today on the agenda of our relations with the European Union is the Ukraine's receipt of EU candidacy and the launch of relevant accession negotiations that will form a powerful impetus for deepening economic reforms and significantly contribute to the post-war reconstruction of our country and our economy. We believe that the European integration is our economic anchor for future development and the basement on which we should build a democratic, free, and prosperous Ukraine for our future generations. The full-fledged war, the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the barbaric actions and crimes of the Russian military against our country, it's not only our neighbors' desperate attempt to break Ukraine's movement towards the EU and the desire of Ukrainians for freedom and democracy, but also a challenge to both transatlantic and European unity. So no one will be able to break the will of Ukrainians, and we are firm on that. Our land gives us strength, while support from our partner countries and alliances strengthens our position on all fronts. And we really mean it. We believe that currently we fight on the military, diplomatic, and economic fronts. Our economy has been operating for many years in the light of Russia's hybrid war against Ukraine, namely 8 years. However, this full-fledged war poses new extraordinary challenges. And as its result, private citizens suffer from lost housing and access to medicine, like food and sources of their livelihood, and rising inflation. At the same time, we shall admit that businesses deal with a shortage of staff, high logistics complications, destruction of supply chains, and decrease in the number of their traditional customers for the products and services they produce. Finally, there is a strong pressure on our government by the exchange rate, the imbalance of the state budget, the huge destruction of our critical infrastructure done by the enemy, and the overall threat to public peace. While you will not hear me saying that we have already successfully coped with all these challenges, most of them have been met with a decent response from both businesses and the government, and also the Ukrainian people. So as the result, we can already see a gradual reversal of negative trends as the first shock has been passed and the entire Ukrainian economy starts slowly to revitalize. Regarding the macroeconomic situation, I'd like to state several things. The industrial system of Ukraine is adapting to these extraordinary challenges. The biggest shock caused by Russia's invasion came in March 22, the first months of the war. Human losses, a significant destruction of infrastructure at the first days of war, the destruction of production capacities, forced migration in the unseen numbers anywhere in the past 75 years, logistics complication, have led all to a major decline in production volumes that we estimate at the level of 45 to 50% in March 2022 compared to March 2021. And the overall decline in Q1 this year was roughly 20% compared to the previous year. However, the good news is that not all companies and organizations have stopped their operations. For many businesses that meet the immediate needs of the population and were able to operate remotely, the temporary pause was very short or even non-existent. And such areas include public administration that stayed strong, of course, our defense sector that reacted immediately, but also banking sectors, IT services, food and retail, and the healthcare. And we were able to maintain all of those at a decent level. As early as May 2022, the list of areas whose enterprises began to resume their operations began to expand. Basically, it depended on the geography of hostilities and the gradual liberation of the occupied territories by Ukrainian army. So it meant for us the gradual return of people and the formation of new logistics routes. And today, these sectors include, in addition to those I have already mentioned, the agriculture, transportation, even construction, and some more. As they returned to work, businesses gradually began to resume foreign trade transactions. Many barriers to integration into global retail chains are also being removed. The United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, and the European Union have already announced the abolition of import duties on Ukrainian goods. And this confirms the interest of developed countries in involving the Ukrainian economy in their own industrial and commercial chains, for which we're grateful. But not only that, it's also a very strong sign of the political support that we get from these countries. Ukraine has already reached agreements with Poland on a simplification of control procedures at the Ukrainian-Polish border for imports and exports of agricultural products. For example, Poland has adopted a decision aimed at ensuring the round-the-clock operation of veterinary and sanitary services, and this is vital for fast exports of Ukrainian produce. Now, when our seaports are blocked, and the main, the main connection is our western border. This is particularly important. The work on preparation for the signing of an industrial visa-free mode with the EU has been intensified, and we have high hopes that we will succeed in signing it in the nearest future. We can see amendments of the current trade protection legislation and witness the creation of conditions for the application of measures aimed at protecting national interests and at upholding the rights and interests of Ukraine, both in international trade organizations and under free trade agreements. As a result, according to our calculations based on the operational information from our customs service, goods exported decreased in April only 2% compared to March. At the same time, March versus February this year decline was estimated at 50%. That is the fall, while it still continues, but it has almost stopped. We still have the bottlenecks in our logistics towards the Western Europe that we have to resolve. Our goods imported increased by almost 60%, largely due to the price factor. The March versus February decline in goods imported was estimated at 69%. And April versus March increase in goods imported against the backdrop of a slight decrease in goods exported resulted in the worsening of our trade balance at the level of $190 million as compared to $930 million in March 2022. So this all puts a certain pressure on our local currency in the foreign exchange market. However, the National Bank of Ukraine has kept the US dollar exchange rate to Ukrainian hryvnia 29.25 due to the effect of martial law, which constitutes a force majeure since the very first day of the war. So this fixed exchange rate helped to maintain our macroeconomic stability and ensure predictability for business operations. Basically, we believe that this measure allowed the country to pass its most difficult period without shock changes in the exchange rate. And basically, we believe that this is one of key decisions that led to the overall maintenance of macroeconomic stability, given the circumstances in which we are operating. Moreover, since the first days of the war, our government has seized control of food security and implemented the concept of centralized procurement for foodstuff and medicine manufacturers and funding through the Reserve Fund of Ukraine, and also established international cooperation in the humanitarian supply of goods so that food supply would not be interrupted in the areas affected by the war. Also, we seized control of the prices of utilities and some necessities for people, especially basic foodstuff such as flour, pasta, bread, meat, milk, certain groups of medicines. Additional measures were also adopted to reduce the cost of fuel for cars. For instance, we decreased the VAT rates from 20 to 7%. We cancelled excise duties on fuel and reduced the price, reduced the margin on premium fuels. However, later we were forced to relieve these measures, basically to avoid market imbalances. And this all helped us to minimize the price shocks and fuel market caused by high fluctuations of oil prices on the world market. Basically, fuel shortages is probably now one of our highest concerns. And in March and April, we have implemented measures aimed at increasing the daily volume of fuel imports from the European Union. This is an untraditional route from us. Normally, we would have received 80% of fuel through imports, mostly from Russia and Belarus, also from Lithuania, but through the Belarus because of the wide railway gauge. Now it's not available anymore. So we started imports from the European Union at the amount of just 4,000 metric tons per day. And as of today, we have increased it almost 4 times to 15,000 metric tons daily. Some important decisions, again, were made to facilitate that. The revocation of permits for entry of fuel delivery trucks to Ukraine, provision for the receipt of fuel at the Danube ports, which are an important source of imports now. The provision of preferential registration of fuel at the borders by the customs. And basically, now we are looking forward to start piping fuel in reverse through the pipe transport from Hungary. This is the key vital topic for us now to balance the imports and consumption. Also, I have to say that the only oil refinery in Kremenchuk was destroyed by Russian army during the war. There were several sets of bombings, and unfortunately, this plant is unoperational anymore. Currently, we have suspended the price regulation of fuel for cars to saturate the market. And we are pledging our partners in Europe to continue helping us importing the fuel to our market. The key bottleneck is the European seaports that were not able to accommodate such amounts immediately. And another challenge is that European companies work according to long-term contracts versus Ukrainian companies that come with spot contracts for specific reloadings. And it doesn't help, of course. But we enjoy very large political support from our partner governments. So step by step, we resolve these difficulties, and we're especially grateful to Poland that hosted a conference on fuel supplies to Ukraine on May 9 and consolidated the market to help us. Basically, slowly, we come to the stabilization of the situation. It's confirmed by the dynamics of consumer prices in April. Even in the martial law conditions, consumer inflation slowed to 3% per month. In March, it was 1.5 times higher, 4.5% month to month. At the same time, the consumer inflation on an annualized basis has increased to 16% due to the certain accumulation of inflationary effects. Such dynamics may indicate that the price characteristics of the economy remain at an acceptable level because much of Ukraine is fighting the invader and infrastructure and production facilities have suffered major damages. Our targeted state intervention in domestic pricing mechanisms has prevented the spread of panic and speculative actions, which usually accompany economic processes in war-stricken country. As for government-owned enterprises, the situation with budget incomes continued to deteriorate in May 22. As calculated, May revenues decreased by 40% versus April. And as of May 2022, they amounted to 440 billion hryvnias, which reflected, among other things, tax legislation changes aimed at reducing the tax burden on businesses to help them overcome the challenges of the war. We see that on May 11th, just 15 days ago, the trend changed. Economic recovery and business adaptation to new operating conditions have led to a slight increase in state budget revenues. And this is first early sign that the Ukrainian economy is accommodating itself to the new reality. Of course, our budget expenditures have increased by 27% in May versus April. And with a complete understanding of the difficult situation facing the population, the government is now ensuring an uninterrupted implementation of payments of pensions, subsidies, salaries in the public sector, as well as full coverage of defense and security expenditures. Our budget deficit continues to increase due to these insufficient revenues, and the need to cover significant current expenditures is there. So we rely on the aid from our partners, and this is a much needed help to balance our public finance. To sum up here, despite all the difficulties and challenges, we managed to accomplish two major goals in the war conditions. First, to preserve a relative macroeconomic stability. Many businesses admit that they didn't even expect this level of predictability for the internal economy. And also, we were able to contribute to overcoming a large-scale shutdown of production and outflow of labor forces. And we are slowly reversing these processes. Ukrainians proved that they want to return home. People try to return home at any possible moment when they have a feeling from the media that the military situation is more predictable, and they are looking for every proof that it's already safe to return. However, we should admit that there is not a single safe place in Ukraine, as Russia is bombing every single region. But I'll not stop on that further. Several remarks on the wartime economic policy. The resumption of business operations was also facilitated by the introduction of our new wartime economic policy. There are several key elements of this. First is the intense relocation program for the enterprises to the safer places of Western Ukraine. We have received over 1,500 applications for the relocation, and over 500 enterprises have already been relocated and started their activities on the new place. We have started government procurement of certain goods to increase the production of manufacturers that would stop their economic activity otherwise, specifically in food supply. This allowed us to supply food in the regions most affected by war, even despite of the Russians on these territories and despite of logistical breakages. Third, we implemented a number of deregulation solutions. We have implemented very important declaration principle when we trust business, that the business is compliant with all the legislative procedures and they may renew the license or get the new license without even going to a certain government body. Also, we have implemented new tax policy, reducing the fiscal burden on businesses. Temporarily, the parliament voted to put a 2% sales tax, the turnover tax, without the VAT tax applicable, and already 217,000 enterprises have switched to this new system. As I mentioned, we relieved excise taxes, and the main goal of this was to make our customs the fastest in the world to get an uninterrupted supply of weapons, food, fuel, medication, and other goods. We have simplified these custom procedures. Also, we have launched a full-scale interest-free lending programs to businesses with a special focus on agriculture, and we were able to sow almost between 70 and 80% of all arable land in Ukraine, which we believe is a remarkable achievement given the circumstances. Of course, we have many challenges to overcome, and the economic forecast for the year 2022 predicts our GDP decrease to roughly 33-35% year to year, but it will all depend on how long the war will last. And after the cessation of hostilities, we will be able to review this outlook. Now Ukraine has implemented an initiative to draft post-war reconstruction and development plan. We have a special national council on the recovery of Ukraine post-war, co-chaired by our Prime Minister and the chairman of the presidential office. And we have 23 groups that are implementing the vision of prosperous Ukraine into specific steps. In our opinion, the key principles on which this post-war reconstruction of Ukraine should be based is full access of Ukraine to the G7 and EU markets, Ukraine complete accession to the European Union already by 2024 at the level of signing a relevant treaty, complete deregulation and minimal state intervention in most business operations, increased speed of logistics. Our goal is to develop logistics to Europe within 72 hours from any part of Ukraine to any part of Europe. Of course, we will be aiming at increasing the processing industries to export more goods with value added, with higher value added, and to build in Ukraine into the European logistics routes. Finally, we will try to achieve the energy independence and base our movement in economy towards climate-friendly developments. So these are key principles that are guiding our vision and that we are implementing in this post-recovery plan that we will offer to our partners. To finish my presentation and speech today, I would say that we are grateful to NATO for adopting its existing cooperation mechanisms, most notably by comprehensive assistance package to provide the non-lethal assistance covering military assets, logistical and medical needs, services, training, using the capabilities of NATO agencies. So it's very important at this time. Also the assistance in medical treatment of severely wounded servicemen in NATO countries is all invaluable. And from all our nation, we thank you for this. Soon we will rebuild Ukrainian cities and villages destroyed by Russia. We count on the support of the alliance in the post-war reconstruction. And we thank you a lot for giving us possibility to address you today. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you very much, First Vice Minister. Here, if my colleagues have questions, I invite them to raise their hand and Paul will take their name down. But myself, I have a couple of questions picking up on a number of points that you have raised. First, concerning the the farming situation, and with in mind the importance of Ukraine on the wheat market. You said that 80% of arable land could be exploited this year. Therefore, we deduct from that the lands were sowed and that the land is being cultivated. Then will come harvest time, and then will come the time for the export of a part of this yield, of these resources. On this point, regarding the situation on the Black Sea, and I'm thinking here about the Odessa port, amongst others, and about the freedom of navigation on the Black Sea. And therefore the ability for ships to come and pick up these goods. Because as was said, and earlier on by the previous speaker, all of this will have consequences on the region, but also globally. And here I have in mind a number of Northern African countries or of Middle Eastern countries who are very dependent on imports that come from, amongst other countries, Ukraine or even Russia for their wheat and other crops. So what sort of strategy is in place here? You spoke, of course, also of all of the logistical issues that you are faced with. So if it's not possible via sea, I wonder if it's also possible via land, but that might be more complicated, more expensive to do so. And therefore, I was wondering if you could give us an outlook of how you plan to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, there are two specific ways to resolve this issue. You're absolutely right that after we harvest the yields this year, our logistical pressure will be even higher because traditionally Ukraine exported roughly 75 million metric tons of agricultural produce. And the overall exports from Ukraine amount to 170 million tons, out of which 2/3 were exported through our seaports that are now blocked. So first and most obvious solution is to deblock the Black Sea ports, and we call the international community to increase the pressure on Russia to be able basically to resolve this issue. Otherwise, I fully agree with your assessment of the risk for the global food security. At the same time, Ukraine is taking steps to increase the logistics through the western border. But before the war, our logistical capabilities were of about 1.5 million metric tons a month, which gives us just 12 to 18 million tons. And this is far beyond what is needed. We are increasing the logistic capabilities, but it takes time and money. These projects are to be implemented soon, and we have already an agreement with Poland for a bilateral cooperation in the railway, adapting Ukrainian wide gauge to the European narrow gauge, the dry railway port, and obviously this is a very big challenge.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Michal Czelba, our Polish colleague, who's also the chair of the UNIC group, so the Ukraine and NPA Council.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Deputy Minister, for this excellent presentation. But as you know, we are still discussing how to gain full independence from Russian energy. We discussed it with the Minister of Economics of Lithuania, but my question will be very simple. And what is the Ukraine strategy, long-term strategy for energy, taking into consideration this situation we are in? So if you could explore this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. This is a brilliant example of Ukrainian leadership in Europe now, in battlefield against Russia, not only the military one, but the economic one. Basically, we are the first European country that fully imposed actual stop of supply of oil and gas from Russia. From the start of the war, we get zero amount of fuel. We get zero amount of natural gas, obviously, and this is challenging. Our consumption of oil has decreased because of the war, but only by 50%. So that's still a very large amount of consumption. Our immediate strategy is, of course, to replace the supplies from other sources, mostly the imports from Caspian Sea, That's one. We work closely with Romania, Croatia, Poland, and even the ARA region to reload fuel from tankers and import it in Ukraine. But we are in extreme shortage of railway cars to import it to Ukraine, and also the trucks for imports. In the longer term, we see the immediate development of small oil refineries, and then a construction of two full-scale oil refineries that would process about 5 million oil each every year to saturate the internal market. We have enough oil reserves. So again, part of our economic strategy is to become fully energy independent and to be able to produce Ukrainian fuel from the Ukrainian oil. The same goes for the natural gas. And here, this year, we assume that we will have to import about 5 billion cubic meters of natural gas to Ukraine. Now we have a certain surplus because of decrease in production. So we are able to put up gas reserves currently, but the winter is coming, and we will have to import about the amount that I've mentioned. Again, we look for different options, and even the unusual supply from the United States and Qatar, and the negotiations are on their way. But again, our strategy is the energy independence of Ukraine in the 3 to 5 year perspective. And we have some ideas on how to implement on a technical basis, because obviously foreign companies will not enter the Ukrainian market until they believe that the security situation is stable. So we will have to think of a set of guarantees and preferences that they would get in order to deploy activities here. Thank you.
Très bien, merci.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Harriet Baldwin, our rapporteur, our general rapporteur.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Say on behalf of the United Kingdom Parliament that we stand with you, and we stand strongly with you. Slava Ukraini. My question is in anticipation of the next item on the agenda, where I'm going to be presenting my report, which is called Strategic and Economic Challenges Posed by Corruption. And I know that Ukraine has had to struggle for many years in terms of tackling some pretty entrenched corruption, and has made significant progress. I know when I was a minister for the UK and I came to Ukraine, some of the initiatives that you had in place, like the procurement system, Prozuro, and many other efforts that you've made to tackle corruption. And it's clear that significant progress has been made, but there's still more to do, just as there is in the United Kingdom. And I just wondered if you could share with this audience your thoughts on Ukraine's measures to tackle corruption. Thank you.
First of all, I should say that Ukrainian society is changing with every next day of the war. This is truly a situation where we have the rebirth of Ukrainian nation. And Ukrainian nation, this new nation, is very demanding from politicians and public servants. And of course, we as government are committed to continuing the anti-corruption reforms. This effort is led personally by the president, who believes that it's time now for Ukraine to relaunch the principles of the social treaty in general. As to specific measures, we will continue to administer and to improve the Prozoro system that you have mentioned. This is a giant step towards the clean, uncorrupted, and very transparent public procurement system and part of public funds management. Also, we have already created a trusted series of anti-corruption organs and bodies, and we will continue to uphold their effective work. Of course, there are many tasks that are still to be done, and we can see our strategy in decreasing the role of government in economy, further privatization of government-owned enterprises. However, we have to account to the overall situation and understand that for certain companies, there is no internal market now, and it's hard to bring in foreign investors. However, at the nearest future, as soon as we have the security situation settled, let's call it this way, we will return to the large-scale privatization and making fewer but larger government-owned enterprises with efficient corporate governance mechanisms, which are a good preventive mechanism against corruption. Of course, we will change our public service as well. We will continue to make our public servants more professional, more goal-driven towards economic and social development. And this should also lead to better governance overall.
Très bien.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to our Canadian colleague.
Thank you to you and the previous speaker. Both of you have been supremely articulate in describing the economic consequences of the war on both of your nations. What is less clear to me is the economic consequences of the war on Russia. And do you have any data with respect to economic contraction, inflation, and the various data that have affected your own nation? Because one has to think that this has had significant economic consequences. So if you could articulate that, that would be very helpful. The second question is with respect to military inflation. I'm imagining, and I'm assuming that the cost of weaponry has skyrocketed, and that would affect the ability of Ukraine in particular to conduct the war. I would be interested in any comments you have on the cost of weaponry as well. Thank you.
Merci, John.
First, let me address the question of economic consequences in Russia. I will reply in 2 words: not enough. Obviously not enough, and the numbers prove that their decrease of GDP this year is estimated at the amount of just 10%, which is obviously not enough to stop economically Russia from supporting the invasion. And what is even more dangerous is that at the level when Western democracies stop pressing Russia with new sanctions and new measures to decrease its economic activity, their economy will accommodate to the status quo, will get it as the baseline, and will start the further recovery above that baseline. We still insist on full blockage of Russia from foreign trade, and oil and gas embargo is just one step. Of course, we should speak of complete blockage of Russian banking sector from any interaction with the civilized West. And the only reason behind such severe actions is that in the 21st century, we should not repeat the mistakes of the 20th century, when the aggressor that led to the full-scale world war was tolerated for a very long period of time. We believe that this long period of time for Ukraine has lasted already 8 years, and we shall acknowledge that the sanctions imposed in the past were not enough to prevent Russia from invading Ukraine this February 24th. So we insist on keeping the pressure on by international community, while we, as Ukrainians, get the pressure on the battlefield. Second, about the military inflation, you're absolutely right. We experience shortages of supply. Of course, we're grateful for our partners for donating and transferring us the weaponry. Here, the most crucial thing is the timing, because we are happy for any help, but we kindly ask to make it as timely as possible. Otherwise, we do not have enough means to confront the aggressor. And we see nowadays that they become more efficient. So our response should be even more strong. In the future, we believe that military-industrial complex in Ukraine will be one of the key priorities for development. And I would like to remind this assembly and this committee that Russia holded about 20% of world military sales pre-war. And we will have a marvelous opportunity together with our NATO partners to enter this market, to push Russia out of this market, and to be present there economically. But not only that, because now Ukraine gets a large amount of weaponry from countries that are part of NATO, we learn how to service this equipment, and we will be able to provide these services to NATO countries as well post-war. We will be able to offer high quality with a modest price and reasonable timing. And this is an area where we can see our deeper and more intense cooperation.
Thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to our Lithuanian colleague. Once again, thank you for welcoming Vytautas Plakas.
Thank you very much. Gerbiamas pranešėjas.
Indeed, we appreciate very much the way Ukrainians fought for the Western values and for human rights and for democracy. These values are particularly close to us. We feel what you have to endure during your fights. I have a question as to the path of Ukraine towards Euro-Atlantic integration. During the NATO summit in Bucharest in 2008, there was a political statement that Ukraine and Georgia will become part of the alliance. At that time, the membership action plan has not been delivered. More than 10 years have passed since then. Do you see that there is any progress with regard to Ukrainians' integration into NATO? Could these processes be faster? And to your opinion, what is lacking? Are you ready for faster processes? How could a membership action plan could help Ukraine in this process? Thank you.
There is another question, and here I would like to give the floor to our Ukrainian colleague, Alexandra Kornienko, to take the floor.
I have no question but I have some remark. Maybe after all, Okay.
Allez-y.
Go ahead for your answers. Thank you. You have the floor.
Merci bien, Monsieur le Président. Answering the question on the speed that Ukraine is ready to move towards a deeper NATO partnership, I shall remind this Assembly that Ukraine has been confirming its will to be part of Western democracies economically, politically, and militarily. Many times in the past months and years, it has been our strive and desire and goal to become a full-fledged partner, member, part of the family. And this will is still there. We believe that the war with Russia is the war of values. The democratic and free country which values democracy and freedom as the key values shared by all the nation confront Russia, where not only the President Putin, not only his allies, but vast majority of population support this aggressive, unprovoked war. And obviously, our mindset, our values, and our vision for the future is based on pro-Western, pro-democratic, pro-market approach with political and economic freedoms. So, of course, any movement for us should be a movement in two sides. When we do steps and we have reciprocal steps from our partners, obviously the action plan and the roadmap is an important, a vital part because it guides all the parties, both Ukraine and NATO. Yes, we are ready to develop a roadmap. Yes, we are ready to increase our cooperation because we believe that true further protection for Ukraine and true peace guarantees in the future are based not only on the pure military support, but also on deep economic, trade, and energy integration, both into the European Union and the wider NATO alliance.
Avant de céder la parole à notre...
Before I give the floor to our colleague, I wanted to say a few words and ask a question. First, we were all very much impressed because at the beginning, many feared a military collapse of Ukraine, but this was not the case. Then we may have feared an economic collapse of Ukraine, but again, this was not the case. So congratulations for these two first victories. This is significant. Earlier, you mentioned the energy strategy. Ukraine has a specificity. You have nuclear power plants. Of course, the Chernobyl power plant, which has been closed, of course. But regarding nuclear power plants, especially the infrastructure which was for a brief period of time under Russian control, what is your analysis when it comes to security and safety challenges in this sense? What can you tell us regarding energy supply, electricity production? Should we transport this electricity that you produce? What are the damages produced by the Russians on your electric grid? And how long do you think you will need to restore the system? Thank you.
Thank you a lot for this brilliant question. Indeed, the electricity system of Ukraine is part of our critical infrastructure, and the Russian army tried to destroy it as much as they could. Of course, the events in our nuclear power stations seized by Russians are frightening. It's another sign of how cruel they are in terms of the world peace. And it seems that nothing can stop them from making not even mistakes, but I would call it disasters to the humanity. The good news is that at this moment, the situation is stable and we cannot see any danger today to the functioning of the Ukrainian nuclear power plants. But of course, Russians must be out of all nuclear assets. And this is another point of concern that should be on the top agenda of our Western allies. Now, Ukraine has now the energy production surplus. We have started already exports to Moldova. And because Ukraine has joined NTOE at the technical level, so we are not anymore connected to Russian energy system. We are now fully connected to the European energy network on the technical level. However, now our task and our pledge to you is to start as soon as possible exports of Ukrainian electricity to the European market. This will help us economically. That's at least a partial replacement of other exports of physical goods that we are not able to move through the border due to logistic challenges. And that could be a significant part of the income for Ukrainian economy. The surplus of energy, of course, was caused by the shutdown of certain plants and decreasing the level of their economic activity that leads to lower energy consumption. Our energy strategy in electricity basically is based on further development of nuclear power stations after the war. We have plans to build from 4 to 6 new reactors. And because this is clean energy, it's vital for further development of our green metallurgy, which is one of the most important energy consumers in Ukraine. And the overall approach to rebuilding the electricity system, the metallurgy, and other parts of our economy is large modernization. So we will not only reconstruct what has been destroyed, we will modernize it to comply with the best international and European standards. And this is something, I mean, the exports of electricity on the commercial level is a step that the European community is able to do already in June. There is just a minor set of actions needed, and we are ready to do so at the technical level. So again, thanks a lot for raising this important question for us.
Merci.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. You have the floor.
Да, я хотів би
First of all, I would like to thank all the colleagues for very good questions to the point, and of course the representative of our government and myself are very pleased with this, and we will inform this in Ukraine, and we will be searching for answers in Ukraine for this. I would like to make 2 remarks. First, we know from the history, and I believe that a lot of you know, that Russia has not been fighting only on the battlefield. The military part is only one part, and they had been doing this for 3 years ago. And now it's a comprehensive war, hybrid war in many ways. There is a military operation going on. Unfortunately, while we are sitting here, I just received a message that Lysychansk, it's one of the administrative centers, was shelled heavily. Just the city center where our colleagues are situated, the local administration is located there. So military operation is a huge part, and we are very thankful for the military support. Now we are at the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, and it's a military union, and we are very thankful for this. We will be talking about this in other sections which are linked to this directly. But as for the economic part of the war, I would like to consider that if we have a hybrid economic warfare, we should react in a hybrid way as well. So it should be both in a military, in economic, and in a political way. Then we will confront the Russian Federation in a better. So when Russia invaded Ukraine right now, maybe it's a conspiratorial theory and it should be proved, but the theory is that within the last few years, Ukraine has advanced in the reforms. So the reforms which started in 2014 after the Revolution of Dignity, they were very successful, and the reforms couldn't be reverted. For example, the public procurement system was installed, and no one can leave as we used to live till 2014. Within the last 2 or 3 years, the government and there were reforms of the liberalization and decentralization. They created the opportunity to grow, to increase the local budget for 20-25%. So the allocations to the local budgets increased 25%, and they were used for the self-government. And another is the judiciary reform. It was adopted just 1 month before the war. And also a lot of other reforms linked to the assessment of Ukraine to NATO. The armed forces are now using the law framework adopted in 2020. So the theory is that Putin couldn't bear that there is a prosperous Ukraine which is growing and has a European perspective, and we have a huge borderline with Russia, and which he has been always afraid of. So now we can see the talks about the application of Finland and Sweden to NATO and his threats to them. So we see then he is physically afraid when there is a European Union close to him, so he needs some buffer zones. Thus, our hybrid answer should be the support of Ukraine in different ways, that the accession possible to the EU, the candidate status in the nearest future, and also movement to the further integration with NATO, which we announced in 2008. So this should be some positive statements for us that we are involved in the political and economical processes, and we have your support. And we will be doing our further reforms in the civil service and in other areas. We have a lot of potential in Ukraine for this right now. And Denis is a representative and who can show how the Ukrainian power will look in the future. He came from business, so we will be moving very fast. We have a very high level of digitalization of the services for the population and for the state services. So we will have this path of decreasing the influence of the state on the civil citizens. The economy will be more liberalized and together we will be in line with the standards of the EU. So we will be very helpful for the comprehensive support of our measures, especially in the economical integration. And we are speaking not about only temporary measures which we are discussing right now, but also it's true that Putin took hostages not only Ukraine, but also a lot of other countries, Asian and African countries. That's a quite understandable tactics, but it cannot be left unpunished.
I think we can only unblock this process when being together, when being solidary. So we are so much thankful for your steps in the discussion about the possibility to unblock the Black Sea ports. Of course, it's a complicated issue and it can be hardly resolved through political means only, which poses a big challenge of it. But actually, the global prospects are also of interest. So we are ready to stand shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand with you and keep working on this.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, First Vice Minister. Thank you very much for your introduction, your presentation. Thank you for your answers. Thank you very much and congratulations for everything you have achieved so far. We wish you good luck because you mentioned everything you have done so far, but we know that you still have a lot of work to do. We stand alongside you and congratulations. A round of applause to you. Dear colleagues, you behaved very well. You were quiet and you listened very carefully. So I think you deserve a 15-minute break. So we will be back in 15 minutes and we will give the floor to our General Rapporteur. 15 minutes, no more.
Voilà. I don't know where is Paul. Ah. I am so sorry to be late. I spoke with Igor, our colleague as the chief of delegation of Ukraine, and I'm so sorry. Je suis désolé.
I apologize for being late. I was talking to Yale. So now we can resume our session. Now I'm going to give the floor to our colleague Harriet, who is going to present her draft project, which is called entitled The Fight Against Corruption, Strategic and Economic Challenges. Harriet, I give the floor to you now, so please come to the front here, and then she will answer your questions.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Colleagues, for coming back from coffee to listen to this important presentation, and I know that I'm the only thing now standing between you and lunch, so I shall try and summarize these important points concisely, accurately, and in a way that will provoke a discussion amongst us, I hope. Because the strategic and economic challenges posed by corruption could not be more relevant to us and our security. And we've seen over the last 12 months some really strong examples of how important it is for us to strengthen our security by strengthening our anti-corruption measures. In the report, there is a lot of detail about how the situation in Afghanistan was much undermined by corruption, and how it was discovered that many of the soldiers that were being paid through the Western allies were in fact ghost soldiers, and this very much exacerbated and sped up the victory by the Taliban. There's also commentary in the report about how China's Belt and Road Initiative is effectively almost an invitation to corruption in a way and bribery. But what I'd like to focus my opening remarks on today is the importance of tackling corruption from Russia. And we heard earlier from our Ukrainian colleague about the huge strides that have been made in Ukraine tackling corruption. And it's a journey that all of our countries are on. But we have seen how, in a way, we have been ourselves unwittingly undermined, often imperceptibly undermined by corruption across all of our countries from Russia. Because corruption remains a central element in Russia's hybrid policy toolkit. It can certainly be argued that we have been far too passive in the face of this challenge. Our societies were reluctant to recognize that we were dealing with a kleptocratic regime seeking to internationalize its proclivity for theft while harboring a longer-term ambition to redraw the map of Europe. And we've seen that Putin is reputedly the world's richest man. And I'm ashamed to say that no doubt some of those riches are located in the United Kingdom. So adopting stringent anti-corruption policies should be part of our collective response to the Russian challenge. Such policies are embedded in our sanctions policies and the asset seizures that are targeting Russia's kleptocratic elite. And in the UK, it is our goal to make it impossible for Russia's leaders to recycle their ill-gotten gains through our economy. I know that in all of your capitals, similar efforts will be underway. Corruption has been such a powerful tool of hybrid warfare for Russia as well. The Kremlin has systematically used corruption to compromise leaders beyond its borders. It deploys bribery to win contracts for its energy firms, to degrade its competition, to fund pro-Kremlin political movements, even in NATO countries, and to acquire leverage over those who might resist its geopolitical and economic ambitions. Russia has deployed corruption to compromise our democracies, undermine our security, foster weakness, civility, purchase compliance, and raise questions in our own societies about the vitality of our own democracies. Of course, corruption is only part of the Russian challenge. In that country, power has decidedly shifted away from the oligarchs managing an important share of the country's assets. Today, Putin and a very narrow clique of security elites is running the show. Russia is led by a figure who has not only used corruption to accumulate his power, but of course his ambitions are also both messianic and extraordinarily dangerous. Putin is now acting on his historical fantasies. So while corruption is an element of the bleak picture, it's not in and of itself an explanation for what has transpired. Corruption corrosively undermines states and it cripples the rule of law. It can enable terrorist and criminal networks to operate with impunity, and it subverts our economic potential. In the report, I explore how corruption hollows out states and weakens national military forces by diverting resources, equipment, and personnel to criminal activities that undermine capabilities, while upending morale, good order, and discipline. Corruption also erodes democratic governance, particularly when it becomes a vehicle by which governing elites cling to power, a phenomenon that can give rise to state capture. In these cases, insiders seize public assets for their own private use and avoid scrutiny through their control of key institutions like the judiciary, the military, the police, and those bodies that oversee economic regulation and elections. So what are all of our countries doing to change? I'm pleased that even prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the US administration had indicated that it would make anti-corruption a key domestic and foreign policy priority. The White House, the Biden administration, Congress have accordingly been advancing a so-called counter-kleptocracy agenda, which has bipartisan support. Anti-corruption initiatives have become key priorities for institutions like the World Bank, the OECD, the United Nations, and more specialized bodies like the Financial Action Task Force. The OECD's landmark Convention on Bribery, for example, establishes legally binding standards to criminalize bribery of foreign public officials in international business transactions, and it offers an array of related measures to achieve these aims. It's the first and only international anti-corruption instrument that's focused on the supply side of bribery transactions. In NATO, we recognize the links between security and corruption, and NATO is increasingly seeking to address the problem through its Building Integrity program. Corruption in the national security sector is particularly dangerous. NATO's Building Integrity program seeks to encourage member states and partner countries to engage in self-assessments of corruption with their own countries and militaries. But most importantly, it includes notions of transparency and accountability among the core values of our alliance, while acknowledging that the fight against corruption demands societal resilience. This can be achieved from the development of comprehensive strategies that include judicial and police reform, strong anti-corruption legislation, and recognition of the key role played by a free press, able to operate beyond the control of the state and governing elites. Civil society also plays a fundamental role in demanding transparency and democratic accountability. The more active civil society is, the more effective it is in limiting corruption. So efforts to rein in civil society, outlaw civil society groups, and undermine the free press, even in NATO countries, pose a direct threat to democratic governance. I know that our subcommittee on transition and development is going to Bosnia during June, and I know they're going to meet as part of their schedule with Transparency International, which is a leading non-governmental organisation playing a leadership role in the fight across the NATO countries and elsewhere in the world against corruption. I know they played a very energetic role in developing the Prosuro procurement system that we heard about in Ukraine. And so I do recommend the work of Transparency International, which has been very vigorous in holding us to account in the UK, and I think across other NATO countries plays a very valuable role. And we as parliamentarians have a special responsibility to implement tough anti-corruption measures to ensure the defence of democratic norms and to ensure our democratic values are enshrined in law, nurtured and not suppressed, and that the freedom of our press is something, again, with civil society that we cherish and encourage. And we want to counter through these measures the debilitating national security impacts of corruption. And I think that our Assembly, with the leadership of President Jerry Connolly, has been calling for the establishment of a Centre for Democratic Resilience at NATO headquarters. And I think that this would send a powerful message, elevating the defence of democracy to its rightful place in our alliance. And that too can play an important role in the fight against corruption in the national security sector. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion that will follow. Thank you.
Voilà, merci à Harriet pour ce...
Thank you very much, Harriet. Thank you very much for the presentation of this report. I'm now going to give the floor to you and open the discussion. Harriet is going to answer your questions. So first, Neil Dune from the United States, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Baldwin, for that great report. I read your report in detail. We've had a chance to discuss it before, and I want to say I think it's very important. We were reminded in Lisbon by our friend Vladimir Kara-Murza that the free Western world, including a number of our members, including my own country, have failed to prevent corrupt kleptocrats from laundering and hiding their money in our countries. I was sorry to hear of his arrest, and by the way, I applaud your motion to send a letter of condemnation to the Russian government on that. But Ms. Baldwin, what I'd like to know is, you've outlined a number of actions to be taken in your excellent report. Is there a direct metric or a series of direct metrics that we can use that will describe progress made against corruption? And I'm thinking, by the way, of metrics that we could explain easily to our constituents, those we represent back home, to our press, if you will.
Yeah, I think Freedom, is it the Freedom Foundation or the Freedom House in the US? They publish a pretty good comparison across the world of how countries are doing, and what's worked and what hasn't worked. And the UK itself hosted a big anti-corruption summit back in, I think it was 2014, and there were something like 200 different things that the government signed up to doing, and progress against those is measured on a regular basis. But you only have to look
at the UK's Sunday Times and look at the rich list, and you can just see how much Russian money got hidden in the United Kingdom, because it's, you know, a long list of these famous names. So we just recently have brought in much more stringent sanctions. We now have the freedom to do that outside the European Union in a way that works alongside our European Union colleagues, but also works alongside some of the individuals that the US has sanctioned. And I think that, you know, that has proved to be quite an effective, targeted way of addressing individuals. But I think there are more measures that can be taken. Certainly one of the ones that in the UK you know, needs to happen is that on our Companies House register, it's still far too easy to register a company, fake addresses. There needs to be much greater control over that. I mean, if you open a bank account in the UK now, there are a lot of hoops to jump through, but if you set up a company, it's you don't have to have any ID checks or anything like that. So I think Freedom House is probably the best sort of international comparison that I've seen.
So I've seen the Freedom House ratings. I didn't think that they were quite as clear as what you've suggested, but honestly, I agree absolutely with it. I would love to see the UK report. Perhaps you'll share that with us. You know, the one you said you'd done. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Très bien.
Thank you very much, Harriet. So there are 4 requests, so I'm going to give the floor to 2 people first. So first our Lithuanian colleague Jatus Bakas, and then just after I'm going to give the floor to Alan Keynes from the United Kingdom. Thank you. Thank you for this excellent report on a very important topic. Our Minister of Finance spoke about Lithuania's path towards energy independence. I headed the parliamentary inquiry where we found that Russia, by corrupting politicians, influences the decisions of the countries on strategic issues such as energy independence, when politicians are bribed and companies are financed. And we see similar things in Europe when politicians are on the boards of energy associations. We see Russian lobbyists that disrupt important European projects, national projects. So my question is, how should we fight this type of corruption which disrupts democracies, which disrupts states, that undermines and hinders important projects on the independence of countries from Russia's energy resources? How should we protect ourselves from the lobbyism that seeks to undermine the European Union and NATO and individual countries? How should we fight this corruptive lobbyism? Are there any proposals or are there any researches done on that?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Harriet, for an excellent presentation. My question follows on from the previous 2. Can you tell us, in the work that you've done, whether there are, what are the strongest influences, be that legislative, be that cultural, in terms of opposition to, or that stand against corruption and money laundering? And secondly, as technology continues to evolve and forms of money laundering changes, what patterns have you discovered? And are there any particular nations that stand out in terms of constantly innovating in the fight against corruption?
Yeah, a couple of really great questions there. And what I've tried to highlight in the report are some of the things that I think have been particularly effective in terms of the fight against corruption. I think top of the list has got to be transparency. So particularly for politicians, in the UK, we have a situation where pretty much every penny that any politician receives has to be recorded in some way. Where there have been exceptions and loopholes, they have been relentlessly exploited by people who wish to do our democracy harm. So I think that the more transparent that you can be in terms of declarations, in terms of political donation declarations, the stronger you will be, and it will be reinforced, that transparency will be reinforced the freer your press is. So the more that your press is able to dig into data, we saw it with the release of the leak of the Panama Papers, how it was the press that was able to really go through that and discover lots of interesting detail that certainly had really severe implications for some politicians who had behaved corruptly. So I think transparency and a free press are probably our strongest tools. But we can also, as legislators, provide more tools. So with the Financial Action Task Force and the work that the UK has been doing, we do require our banking sector to provide suspicious activity reports of movements of funds into bank accounts in the UK. That's proved to be somewhat a helpful tool against corruption, although the problem with it is that, of course, the banks all report far too many transactions because they err on the side of caution. So you get a lot of flags, false flags, and so much data that it's hard to find, the corrupt flows amongst the extensive data. But that's also a very powerful tool to Alan Cairns's question in tackling money laundering, because the suspicious activity reports, anything in the UK banking system will get flagged up to the National Crime Agency. But I think that regulators have got some catching up to do when it comes to some of the cryptocurrencies. So I think we're seeing a growing share of cryptocurrencies being used for money laundering and for corrupt transactions. It was notable in January when the Russian central bank proposed a ban in Russia on all cryptocurrencies, that I think it was President Putin himself who decided not to actually enact that. So it makes you wonder how the cryptocurrency world is being exploited, and certainly it has proven to be very attractive to nefarious aims. So I think transparency, continuing to strengthen the banking system's defences against money laundering and against suspicious transactions, but a free press and making sure that free press is allowed to dig into a lot of transparent detail can be very powerful tools in our ongoing fight to strengthen the toolbox.
Merci.
Thank you, Harriet. I will give the floor to Patricia Miralles and then to Ivan Clementies. That is to France and Lithuania. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Rapporteur, dear colleagues. You have addressed a topic that is very important given the draft report you presented. You mentioned the alerts that were sent, for example, in 2016 by the Inspector General for the Reconstruction of Afghanistan, or in 2018 by the British Parliament following the poisoning of the Skripals. You also mentioned a number of progress that was made. For example, for France, we have 2 reports of the working group of the OECD against corruption. They believe that major strands have been made. Different national specialized services have been created in order to fight financial criminality. A French anti-corruption agency was also created, and there is now an administrative obligation of compliance in order to protect whistleblowers, and these are very important elements. However, there are still not enough suspicion declarations that are submitted by non-financial institutions such as real estate agents or notaries. Two of my colleagues of the National Assembly are looking at possible new reforms. Could you perhaps tell us how the work of the British Parliament have accelerated the awareness of these mechanisms mentioned in your report? We would like to be able to learn lessons from this as parliamentarians. This is, yes, the main responsibility of nations. Thank you.
For a very nice speech and report. It's always we need to fulfill this report because it will be actual many years. But I have the questions to you about, like, you have a big experience in banking system. You remember after 9/11, the whole world become to check the whole banking system or how goes this money or money laundering also. And it seems to me the world or the banking system become more clean. But looking now, if you're looking what happened in the last months with the Russian oligarch money, or Russian oligarch houses, yacht, what was arrested in European Union, it seems that the people came to bring European Union and to buy, for example, like Usmanov, Russian oligarch, the yacht for 600 millions, what was arrested in Hamburg port. So, and many houses in all European countries, that means it's very easy to get money. But if you want to open just your simply bill in the bank will be check you maybe 2 weeks to check you the old biography. Are you safe or no? But if you bring many millions, you have like green card and you can to bring money, open the bill immediately, the same day. And in the paragraph number 26, also you write just that Putin is the richest man in the world. But also a few weeks ago in the press also published that his daughter, who lives in the United States, also is a very rich woman, young lady, who invests the biggest United States company money. Why nobody don't ask, excuse me, where you did this huge money? It's about also, that means the banking system still, no. Maybe according with this last months, what happened in the world with the Russian houses, castle or yacht, what was arrested in European Union, also we need to put in our report just this also, it's legal, it can be. Or maybe next years after the war, it will be many court cases about this. Yes, thank you.
If I may, Harriet, I would just like to highlight 2 points. First of all, drawing lessons from the past, especially regarding what happened in Afghanistan. We saw that the consequences of corruption were the crumbling of the regime in the face of the Taliban. So according to you, what mechanisms should be put in place so that such a situation does not happen again? That's my first point. My second point now. In the report, you say that the new Silk Road is also a source of corruption, and we saw what happened in Sri Lanka. Are there other countries affected by this, or would you have any other example that could illustrate why it would be important to use such corruption mechanisms? And this this question mainly affects Russia and also China and other countries as well.
Questions from colleagues, and I think what I take away from this session is how much we have to learn from each other in terms of what has worked and what has not worked and what more we have to do. And I think, particularly perhaps for the US, the UK, France, big economies where, as Janet Yellen said, it's actually probably easier to hide money in the United States than anywhere else on earth, just because it's such a big economy in a way. And the UK and France have some of those characteristics as well. And in particular, I think, what attracts corrupt people to keep money in assets in our countries is the rule of law and is the fact that it's very hard to seize assets and that the powers and the political will to do these have been really reinvigorated by Putin's evil invasion of Ukraine. We have various powers in the UK that we've passed. One is called an unexplained wealth order. It's not been much used, but it is there for an investigation to be opened if someone appears to be suspiciously wealthy, given what one knows about their background. In terms of the question from my French colleague about real estate and the enablers, the lawyers, the parts of the system that enable the system to hide corrupt money, we are again taking steps to require those enablers to be more transparent and to be more suspicious of some of the front corporations that are being used to do some of this. And to the final question from our chairman about how do we prevent something like Afghanistan happening again? How do we deal with the corruption that we can sometimes see more clearly from the outside than within countries? I think it continues to be a combination of us as NATO countries leading by example in terms of our transparency, tackling corruption when we find it in our countries and the sources of corrupt wealth when we find them in our countries, and ensuring that dirty money has nowhere to hide in NATO countries. I think if that were to be the case, and if it were not possible to penetrate our banking system and our countries with corrupt money, we would find that it really reduced the ability of corrupt individuals to secrete their ill-gotten gains in our economies, and that would be a strong deterrent as well as demonstrating extremely powerful will to prevent people exploiting these loopholes. So let's all work together on this. I think there are some fascinating examples and suggestions that have come up from colleagues. I think we do need to use forums like this to share best practice, and I look forward to working with all of you on this. Thank you.
Parce qu'il y a une dernière...
One last person has asked for the floor, our Spanish colleague, Icar de Castro. Hello. Well, firstly, I would like to thank you for the sterling work you have done. And thank you for presenting us this report. I had a question, or rather, I would like to make a few comments. Indeed, all the members of the Assembly are democratic countries seeking to strengthen their democracies, and corruption is something that does not allow us to hone our democratic values. Some countries are witnessing conflicts, and some countries which are not democratic do not have the same systems as us. We do need to show the example so that we can eradicate corruption in other countries. And I fully agree with everything that was said earlier on. Civil society and the freedom of press are absolutely important in this fight. And such freedoms are not always obvious in some countries. In many countries, the press is free, but this is not the case in many countries as well, because some political groups have a lot of influence on these freedoms. So the press is not always free in some countries. So I would say that as long as citizens and as long as everyone is not ready and willing to fight against corruption, this will be difficult to do. And someone said this earlier on, it's always the same ones, those that have a salary, those who work, they are the ones that have to strictly comply with all the regulations and all the standards of their country. And on the other hand, there are leaks such as, for example, the Panama Papers. And so I would like to really highlight the fact that everyone has to take part in this fight. We need to fight together. I don't exactly know what can be done, but I believe that, for example, with the Panama Papers, or with all tax havens, for example, I know it's difficult to fight against these. We did talk about the Democratic Resilience Center, and I think that through such a center, we could make a lot of progress. Because I do think that corruption is really debilitates many democratic systems. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Rachel Blanet from Canada. You have the floor.
I want to thank you very much for this report. I think this is an important conversation that all of us need to be having. But my question is around, you mentioned numerous times the importance of a free press, but one of the challenges of free press right now is the huge amount of misinformation and the challenges that that has for democracy and also really hiding what's happening in terms of corruption. And I think that's an ongoing challenge for all of our democracies. And so I'm just wondering if you could speak about that and if there's anything else for us to gather from that.
Yeah, again, some really great questions from colleagues, and I think that the point that was made about how NATO's Centre for Democracy could enable and share that best practice and the things that are working well so that everyone can learn from them is a very good demonstration of the kind of value that it could bring to strengthening our security, because, you know, fundamental to the strength of our democracies is the way in which that will enhance our security and our safety. And the issue around free press and trusted sources, again, it could be another way of endorsing effectively what are the trusted sources of information and what are the pieces of information out there that are much more plausible than some of the fake news that does unfortunately circulate. And the only answer I have to the free press question is really one which resonates, I think, very widely, is that that the truth will out, and that it's getting that truth out there and allowing people to make their judgments based on the reporting of that important information. You know, the steps that we can take, for example, in the United Kingdom, are, to my mind, getting much more clarity around the ownership of companies and becoming much more transparent and having, you know, at least a minimal identity check on the people who register to be owners of businesses, for example. So giving something more truthful for the media to be able to report on it. But trusted sources of information, and making sure that we, as we all do, invest in those trusted sources of information, make sure that those voices can be widely heard around the world, is something that, you know, certainly the UK and I know many other NATO states are involved with. So yeah, great questions. We don't have all the answers amongst us, do we? But I think we can, by sharing things that are working well, we can really learn a lot from each other. So thank you all very much for your points today.
Merci.
Thank you, dear Harriet, for the very high quality of this report. Dear colleagues, I would like to recall that this report will be adopted in Madrid in a definitive manner. And until then, your interventions will enable us to complete and to enrich this report. But I'd like to congratulate you for this important work. I would like to acknowledge the presence of a participant who joined us very discreetly, Cherniev. He is the head of the Ukrainian delegation, and I wanted to welcome him. And I wanted to thank him for everything he has done. And I would also like to thank him for his commitment toward his colleagues, and I would like to thank him for joining us here today as well. He will be taking the floor tomorrow and on Monday. But in any case, I just wanted to welcome you, dear Jur. We will be having a lunch break. The lunch break was planned at 1 o'clock, so we are on time. We will be resuming at 2:30. I would kindly ask you to come back on time so that we can resume our session later on. So I don't know how this translates, but I think this is one of the most well-known French words in the entire world, and it's called bon appétit. Enjoy your meal.
Vienas.
Voilà, mes chers collègues.
Dear colleagues, so I will not offer you to take a little nap. On the other hand, what we'll be doing is go back into our agenda. I hope you've all had a lovely lunch. I hope it was delicious. So now we'll give the floor to the chairs of our subcommittees so that they can say a few words on the activities and the work done by the subcommittee. To start with the subcommittee on economic transatlantic relations, I'll give the floor to our dear colleague and friend, Ivans Clementievs. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, first, I would like to thank our rapporteur, Faik Ostrak, for his excellent report entitled Strategic Trade Challenges, Securing Essential Industries and Supply Chains. As usual, Faik has drawn on his deep knowledge of international economics to produce a first-class report on one of the most important economic challenges we confront. His work helps us think about how we can balance our security interest with our interest in sustaining the liberal international trading order. I applaud him as well for including in that report an yearly analysis of the economic consequences of Russia's war on Ukraine. In April, our subcommittee traveled with members of the Science and Technology Committee to London and Portsmouth, where we had an opportunity to discuss a range of topics with British officials, parliamentarians, and experts, including defense technology, British naval strategy, Russia's war on Ukraine, and challenges related to corruption. I want to thank the British delegation and members of the staff for putting together such an excellent program and for ensuring that its two large aircraft carriers were docked at the Portsmouth naval base when we visited. The subcommittee had explored the possibility of visiting Australia and New Caledonia this fall but this now looks impossible given the Assembly's very busy schedule. We will look at doing this visit next winter, possibly with another subcommittee. We are now looking to participate in a visit to California with members of the political committees, subcommittee on transatlantic relations to explore the United States' views of supply chain and strategic trade challenges. Our Secretariat will keep us posted on this visit. It should be an interesting and active year, and I hope many of you will be able to participate in our important work. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Ivans, for this presentation. Are there any comments or questions? Wonderful. It seems that everything was extremely clear. I will now give the floor to our representative of the Subcommittee on Transition and Development, John Speller. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman and colleagues. Often in meetings we say nice to see you again, but it really is nice to see you all again after so long operating on Zoom. And can I firstly take this opportunity to thank Michael Scherber, our subcommittee rapporteur, for producing such an excellent and indeed timely report on the Western Balkans. That report includes an important and necessary assessment of the impact of Russia's war on Ukraine on the Western Balkans, and it's both topical and very informative, and I recommend it to you. Beginning of June, our subcommittee will visit Sarajevo in Bosnia-Herzegovina to discuss a range of related topics, and that will include Bosnian relations with its neighbours in the Western Balkans, the implications of Russia's war on Ukraine for the region, EU and NATO policy in the region, and the challenge of corruption to the region's political and economic stability and development. We'll be meeting with senior Bosnian officials and parliamentarians, NATO ambassadors, the High Representative to Bosnia and Herzegovina, the EU ambassador, and NATO and EU commanders in Bosnia. And can I take this opportunity of expressing our thanks to our Bosnian colleagues and their staff for putting such an excellent programme together. We very much look forward to the visit. From the 8th to the 10th of October, the subcommittee will participate in the Rose Roth seminar in Pristina in Kosovo, somewhere I remember visiting about 2 weeks after we'd moved in there when I was the Armed Forces Minister for the United Kingdom and we liberated Kosovo. It'll be interesting to return. And we'll have more information about this seminar in the coming months and look very much forward to working with our friends in Pristina to put this seminar together and hope many will be able to attend. Mr. Chairman, thanks you and the committee for their attention.
John, thank you very much for this presentation. Are there any comments or questions? Very well. Thank you very much. Now we'll be looking at the review of the draft report of the Subcommittee on Economic Transatlantic Relations. I'll give the floor to our friend Michael Scherber, who will present his draft report on the Western Balkans, Russia's war on Ukraine, and the region's enduring challenges. Michael, you have the floor.
Mr. President, thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let me begin by noting that most of the countries of the Western Balkans had made important progress in economic transition over the past decade. Although that progress has slowed since the onset of the pandemic. Two of the region's countries, Croatia and Slovenia, are now members of the EU, and 4 former republics of Yugoslavia have acceded to NATO: Slovenia, Croatia, Montenegro, and the Republic of North Macedonia, as well as Albania. Yet the region transition is incomplete, and there are signs of backsliding which have alarmed NATO allies. This report was originally drafted prior to the outbreak of Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine. That aggression now frightens stability in southeastern Europe. I felt it was important to add to the report a discussion of the implication of Russia's war for a region which has grown worryingly more fragile in recent years. Putin Russia has long seen the Western Balkans as a point of vulnerability for the West. Consistent with its policy of destabilizing its own borderlands by fostering frozen and not so frozen conflicts. To exploit this region fragilities in large measure to create problems for this alliance. Putin has sought to undermine the region's Euro-Atlantic aspiration, while exporting the Kremlin's repressive, nationalist form of authoritarianism, by playing on the region's ethnic and sectarian tensions and fears. How the countries of the region view Russia reflects some of the deepest fissures in the region. But the war in Ukraine could ultimately represent a clarifying moment for these Western Balkans, just as it has been for NATO. We need also to be honest that we in the West haven't done everything in our power to support the region's democratic and economic development. The report notes that for several years, the Western Balkans have been suspended in uncertainty as EU member governments debated their own future and North America focused on other strategic challenges. Indeed, enlargement fatigue in the EU dimmed the prospects for rapid integration of the region into the Union. This reduced incentives among the region's governments to undertake needed reforms and deal with outstanding domestic and international tensions. Failing to move forward only empowered those who wanted to take the region along pathways that were less conducive to stability, democratic transition, and good governance. Not surprisingly, Russian and Chinese influence in the Western Balkans mounted. The pandemic that exacerbated the region's economic challenges and increased authoritarian temptation. Unresolved tensions between Serbia and Kosovo on the one hand and with Bosnia and Herzegovina on the other still have the potential to spill over into the broader region. Currently, Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Albania are all candidates for EU membership, while Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo have applied to begin negotiating process and have been recognized as a potential candidates. Serbia and Montenegro are the only two of these countries to have initiated formal accession negotiations. But those talks have moved very slowly. Although Serbia's candidacy was formalized in 2012, it has made little progress in closing negotiating chapters. The report briefly surveys the impact that COVID-19 has had on the region's economic development The sudden decline in demand linked to lockdowns across the globe caused serious cash flow problems in many Western Balkan countries. This shock put new pressure on national budgets and foreign exchange reserves. On the positive side, the region's financial system were made more resilient due to reforms undertaken after 2008 financial crisis. Remote work, distance learning, coupled with EU funding support for digital transformation, could have long-term transformational impacts and better align the region with technologies changes. The report notes that corruption continues to weaken the region's fledgling democracies and prevents them from achieving their economic potential. I would like to now stress that we have the same conclusion as Harriet already proposed in her report. So, coming back to corruption, the European Commission has linked corruption to democratic backsliding in the region. It also acted as a driver of conflict. Some leaders stoked ethnic and sectarian divisions to maintain their grip on power and to distract attention from chronic insider self-dealing. This, in turn, weakens faith in public institutions and in democracy itself. In 2021, the Western Balkans economies began to recover more quickly than expected. The reopening of businesses after lockdowns and a rise of external demand for the region's exports were key driver of regional growth. Unfortunately, Russia's war will have serious economic costs linked to rising commodity prices, grave energy uncertainties, trade bottlenecks, and potential political instability. Russia has long sought to exploit the region's instability to reinforce its geopolitical, geostrategic advantage. The regime has maintained particularly close ties with Serbia and the separatist Serb leadership in Bosnia and Herzegovina, among others, and has played on their shared sense of grievance. And when Putin exploits these sentiments, he is perfectly aware of their explosive potential. The hope is that Russian global isolation and the sharp sanctions it now faces may precipitate a rethinking in Belgrade and Banja Luka. It is safe to say that the pressure from Europe and the United States to reject the logic of Putin's diplomacy will likely only grow as the crisis develops. Let's come back to energy security. Energy security remains a serious challenge for much of the region. Several Western Balkans countries are overly reliant on Russian oil, gas imports. The region will need support and investment to wean itself off Russian oil and gas and should increase energy efficiency and develop more sustainable energy resources. The report also considers China's growing presence in the Western Balkans. While its interests remain largely economic in nature, the outline of an enhanced diplomatic and even security presence in the region are increasingly apparent. China has acquired ports in Southeast Europe that could eventually redefine its presence in the region. Beijing sees the Western Balkans as a key link along the extensive trade route it is developing to Europe through the Belt and Road Initiative. China has also become an increasingly important player in infrastructure development, both in terms of construction and finance. But the terms of this arrangement have come under increasing scrutiny and criticism. Indeed, the relative absence of the kind of financial due diligence and that is customary in the West has led some to describe these projects as a debt traps in which selected well-connected figures make significant money, while governments and taxpayers are left holding debt that is very difficult to service. The report makes several points in conclusion. I will go to this. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is a clarifying moment. Some political forces in the region will find it far more difficult to play the Russian card when Russia has become a global pariah. This could make it less tempting to use Russia to support ultranationalism and authoritarianism. It will also be essential for the transatlantic community of nations to shine a light along the path leading towards regional stability, reconciliation, democracy, and economic integration. The EU. The EU has a particularly important role to play. Efforts to foster regional and European integration should be intensified. The EU can provide reassurance by making the benefits of integration readily apparent. Energy cooperation and coordination between the EU and the region will be essential to enhance economic and energy security. We know that some of the region's least democratic leaders have opened the door to Russia's malign influence in the region. That door must now be firmly shut. Those who play with the Russian cards should not expect support from institutions and governments dedicated to helping build stability and democracy in this region. Finally, NATO should reaffirm its support for peace and stability in the Western Balkans and work to deter aggression and violence at the moment of extreme international tension. A strong signal needs to be sent to the region's stability remains a vital interest for all of us, and that Russia and its proxies will not be allowed to destabilize this important part of Europe. Dear colleagues, thank you for your time. I look forward to hearing your comments and suggestions. Thank you.
Merci, Michael, pour cet avant-projet de rapport qui doit ouvrir à discussion. Alors...
Thank you, Michel, for this preliminary draft report. There are a few people who've already asked to speak, so I will first start by giving the floor to Nikola Lurinovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. You have the floor.
My name is Nikola Lovrinovic, a member of the House of Representatives of the Parliamentary Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Deputy Chair of Bosnia and Herzegovina delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO. The report we are discussing today is very extensive and comprehensive. Some remarks and statements contained have attracted my special attention, and allow me to present some views. Remarks contained in the second chapter of report referring to disagreements, integration and democracy achievements are only partially correct when it comes to big. There are different concepts of state organization in multinational Bosnia and Herzegovina. Dayton Peace Agreement has paved a possible way for integration, but obviously not so precisely and clearly. Ever since 2000 year, after various interventions made by the Office of High Representative to the constitutions and laws, political situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina became more and more complex, though some political forces exploit this fact for their political activities. At the very end of the first paragraph, refers to divisions that slow down transformation and integration. In my opinion, this is a simplified way of thinking because it is actually a matter of fact. Conflict between unitary and federal concept of state organization is growing in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Hence, it is a simplified way of thinking to connect corruption for so-called ethnic divisions, as stated in item 7, that allows skillful concealment of organized crime and accomplished political goals. In second paragraph, item 17, an unclear term, Serbian-speaking population is used instead of constitutional terms, Serb people in BiH. In the same paragraph, it is said that Croat Democratic Party is a nationalist party, which is not the case, unless positive representation of the rights of the Croat people is meant. Croat Democratic Party was created in 90s last century as a response to events that followed, with a clear orientation to protect political along other rights of Croat people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In fact, a Croat party is a key party in preserving Bosnia and Herzegovina. Current electoral law imposed by the Office of High Representatives and many other political actors as a constitutional court, a court for human rights, and almost all political actors, the imposed changes to the law almost annulled Washington Agreement, while Dayton Peace Agreement was seriously violated. Political forces of majority people are becoming more serious in their intentions to achieve Unitarian state, unfortunately very often with the help of the Office of High Representatives, embassies, and other international organizations. Under item 7, which refers to the state of EU accession process, it is emphasized that Bosnia and Herzegovina needs to make fundamental constitutional changes. In my opinion, the following needs to be added. It is very important that these changes are based on the principles of federalism and decentralization, which is finally the position of EU Parliament. The issue of migrant crisis management has been well recognized under item 50. As an MP, I personally asked executive authorities to provide information on crisis management with special emphasis on financial crisis, but I haven't received any reply for more than 2 years. Item 57 of paragraph 8 again refers to divisions while ignoring constitutional solution to the state, that is Washington and Dayton Peace Agreement. In the same time, instead of the term Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the term Bosnian Croat is used. After mentioned interventions made by the Office of High Representatives, previously agreed political rights of Croat people have been reduced. The sources of information used in drafting this report seem very questionable. Dysfunction of Bosnia and Herzegovina is a consequence of non-compliance with agreed and the imposition of solutions. Honorable colleagues, I'm glad if I succeed to present the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to propose the following conclusion. Bosnia and Herzegovina urgently needs to resolve the issue on electoral law and make credible efforts to obtain candidate status in EU. It is especially important to improve bilateral relations with the Republic of Croatia, whose assistance is irreplaceable and extremely important, as well as relations with Montenegro and Serbia. Finally, I would like to emphasize the importance of existence of NATO headquarters in Sarajevo. I invite all of you, members of Committee for Economy, to come to Sarajevo in June to continue this discussion. And finally, you are all very much welcome. Thank you for the attention.
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Michael?
Thank you very much for your remarks. And as I know, you have some data I would like to present to us. So if you deliver it, I will consider to use them in our final draft. Of course, we always use a lot of articles, data. All of them, they are in our bibliography at the end, so we use them. So thank you for your remarks and for your intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further remark or comment? It would have been surprising. The opposite would have been surprising.
Normal. And Serbia is the biggest country in the Western Balkan. I want to tell you that we don't have. We are satisfied with your doing, and everything is okay when we speak about economy and everything else in the region. We may say that Serbia probably has one of the best response in pandemia, in COVID crisis, in economy, and we don't have. We have still rise of our economy, and this year. Problem with Russian aggression probably will have a stronger impact on our economy than pandemic, than COVID crisis. And I want only to say, if we speak about economy, that Serbia is with Albania and with North Macedonia, we create Open Balkan. You know everything about that. It's something like EU rules inside the region. In June, we will have another meeting in Ohrid in North Macedonia, and we expect that new Prime Minister from Montenegro will be present too. We want that we always appeal on Pristina and on Sarajevo, on Bosnia, to become members of Open Balkan. That's a good initiative for economy in the region. And in the end, for me, it's very important to say, because we have many kind of reports from Balkan, from Western Balkan, according to war in Ukraine and Russian aggression. I want to say that Serbia supports the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine all the time. Like Ukraine do the same for Serbia. And Serbia voted for all resolution condemning Russian aggression in United Nations. But true is, we still not yet joined the EU sanctions, but we are a candidate country, and we speak about that with Brussels every day. Maybe that will come soon, maybe not. I don't know to say like parliamentarian now. I will know if, for example, I'm a prime minister, I will know the response immediately, but in this situation, I can tell you anything about that. But your governments and our government speak about that every day, and I hope that soon we will make a right decision. Thank you.
Merci, mon...
Thank you, dear colleague. We hope that you will be able to become Prime Minister very soon so that we can make progress. Right, now I'm going to give the floor to Patricia Miralles, member of the French delegation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Rapporteur, colleagues. France's objective is also to be more committed in the Western Balkans. This is in line with our historic actions. We want to implement some initiatives in order to be more present in the region. In 2016, we hosted the Berlin Process Conference, which played a significant role in implementing an office for the youth in Western Balkans. So we also extended that mandate 2 years later, and we adopted a regional strategy for the whole region. In 2019, together with Germany, we initiated an intergovernment discussion for Serbia and Kosovo. And in 2020, we lifted our reserves regarding negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia. We also committed to redefine the accession policy, and its reviewed version was adopted in 2021. I think that we need to draw 3 conclusions which are repeated in your report. First, we need to contribute to a positive momentum by fighting against negative trends in the region. First, we need to resolve unsolved problems. Some malign actors such as Russia try to exploit these loopholes. As allies, we need to underline the importance of our agreements, and we need to strengthen our long-standing relations with Western Balkans. And then we need to find a compromise if we want to be able to continue our actions at the EU level. Second, we need to solve the migration issue. We need to facilitate the reintegration of migrants on the labor market and to facilitate the return of migrants. We need also to put forward innovative ideas to contribute to reconciliation and economic and social development. The French initiative concentrates on reconciliation and social entrepreneurship for young people. We hope to see some similar programs, for example, in the field of renewable energies. Thank you very much. Thank you, Patricia. And I'm going to give the floor to Harriet from the United Kingdom, our General Rapporteur.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. I welcome very much this excellent report, and I welcome the focus of this group on the Western Balkans at this conference. I believe that 30 years on from the siege of Sarajevo, we must not forget the potential that exists in the Western Balkans for disunity. And so I very much welcome the progress that we've seen in the region in terms of joining NATO, in terms of joining the European Union and the path towards joining that we see amongst many countries in the Western Balkans, and I welcome the fact that the UK government has appointed a Prime Minister's special envoy to the Western Balkans last December, who is our former chief of the General Staff, Sir Stuart Peach. And I also very much welcome the unity that was shown at the United Nations in face of this appalling aggression from Russia, in that every country in the Western Balkans supported the UNGA resolution. And so I just want to welcome the focus today, but also salute the progress that has been made, and sincerely hope that in not forgetting what happened in Sarajevo 30 years ago, we continue on a path of progress and unity, and that we do not allow outside forces to destabilize the region once again. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, dear Harriet. I wanted to say that this topic is very important. I attended a colloquium in Belgrade a few days ago, and I was able to see that this question of Western Balkans becoming members of the EU, so I'm thinking of Serbia and other countries in the region, all of this is a major challenge. Michael, you have the floor so that you can actually give a comprehensive answer.
I just wanted to know that there is one thing that has united the entire region is the desire for membership of the European Union. So I keep my fingers crossed for you. And of course, the European Union has a leading role to play in consolidating the region's democracies. Thank you for the intervention that was already made by our colleague from Serbia and from our colleague from France and Harriet. As I said at the end, this is important moment for the region, and this is also important moment for the international community, and I would like to say that we have to. It's our duty to stand in full solidarity with Ukraine. And if you want to be a member of the European or Euro-Atlantic community, you have to share the same values, and you have to have the being brave enough to say sometimes no and support what we really believe in. So, so I hope that this direction will be present in the countries of Western Balkans, and I would like to thank you for your interventions. And it's a very complex report. It wasn't easy, but I hope these trips we are going to have to Belgrade and to Sarajevo will do this report even better. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for presenting this report, and thank you as well for your visit in the upcoming days. I believe that your visits are going to contribute to your report with what you will be able to see on the ground. So thank you. Now we are going to move on to the next part on the agenda, and I will invite our next speaker to join me here.
Hop là. Bon, c'est le côté féminin, mais c'est pas grave. Hein. Tout le monde aura. De l'autre côté, c'est pas. Voilà.
All right, so let me introduce to you Vladimir Milov. He's our next speaker. Vladimir Milov is a politician from the opposition in Russia. He's a publicist, an economist, an energy expert. He's also an economic affairs advisor to Alexei Navalny, member of the opposition. Vladimir Milov worked with the Russian government at the end of the 1990s and the early years 2000. He was the advisor to the energy minister and head of the Department for Strategy at the Federal Commission for Energy. You have been working on energy reform, you have been working on restructuring the market and on unlinking Gazprom, which implementation was forbidden by President Putin himself. Since you left the government, you became the founder and CEO of the Energy Policy Institute, which is a an important think tank which concentrates on the Russian energy policy. You are one of the main opponents to Vladimir Putin in today's Russia. He is the co-writer, co-author of a book criticizing the policy of Vladimir Putin. It was co-written with Boris Nemtsov and published for the first time in 2008. Many updated versions were republished. You are currently working with Alexei Navalny, one of the main members of the opposition. You are economic advisor, and on a regular basis you host shows on the YouTube channel Navalny Live. Since 2021, he has also been an associated partner to the Center Wilfried Martens in European Studies in Brussels. As you may know, Vladimir Milov does not live in Russia today, of course, otherwise he would not be able to be here with us today. And if I'm not mistaken, with his family, they are living here in Lithuania for obvious reasons, as you can guess. So I simply wanted to thank you, and we cannot wait to hear from you, to hear your remarks. So I'm going to give you the floor so that you can brief us on the impact of the war and the prospect on the short and mid-term for Russia, because we heard a lot about the efficacy or the lack of the sanctions on Russia. So I think it would be very interesting to have your point of view, which is very relevant given your knowledge, your expertise regarding this, the internal situation in Russia today. So Vladimir Milov, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege speaking in front of distinguished NATO Parliamentary Assembly members. And I mean, there's so much to talk about, so I'll try to leave more room probably for questions which are of the most interest to you. I will just focus on a few things. I've been speaking earlier this morning at the political committee about the impact of war on the Russian society. It's complicated because Russians are living right now in an absolutely enormous propaganda censorship bubble, which I think many people in the West simply cannot imagine. So the information about what's going on in Ukraine on the battlefield with the atrocities of the Putin's army is getting through, but relatively slowly. That means that the public opinion is also changing. You probably heard about opinion polls saying that the majority of Russians support the war. This is highly nuanced. Also, that very same opinion polls would say that a very little number of people, below 30%, are actually paying close attention to what's going on. Because Russians in the past years, unfortunately, have got used to having a background war somewhere, in Donbass, in Syria, elsewhere. So the propaganda has been presenting what's happening as a limited scale special operation. They call it a special operation in Donbass. Not an assault on the whole of Ukraine, but the television propaganda formula is a special operation in Donbass. This is kind of reminiscent of the experience that we had in the 1980s with the war in Afghanistan, where in the early years, Soviet public had no idea. It was officially called a limited grouping of Russian military in Afghanistan. We were really told that the scale is quite narrow, but only by mid-80s we have learned what kind of a tremendous exercise this was. Also with important economic impact, the body count and so on. Now we're in the 21st century, in the information age, so this realization of the truth is happening much faster. But still, significant time and effort is needed to break through this propaganda and disinformation barriers. To make the long story short, I have to say that already in the first 2 months of the war, there's been a significant drop in support to Putin's policies recorded among Russian public. Significant. Just to give you a couple of figures, in late March, Levada Center, one of the few independent opinion polling centers remaining in Russia, had stated that 53% of respondents said that they solidly and unconditionally supported what they call a special operation. By end April, only 45, which means minus 8 percentage points drop just within 4 weeks. If we go at that pace, it means that any support that is actually there will be evaporated in a few months. Plus, pollsters will be also happy to elaborate on that further if you're interested, but pollsters have a technique to identify how many people actually refuse to answer questions in this highly sensitive polling because they are afraid to publicly speak up against the war. Now, the average estimate is 10–15%. Which means that if you add that, support for Putin's actions in Ukraine has been well below 50%, actually. And we'll be happy to comment more. One important issue about Russian polling is that it is very nuanced. There is so much confusion in the society that you just don't go in a classical standard yes or no format. You need to really see deeper because a lot of people have doubts. They have questions, there's little public awareness and so on. So what we are doing with the colleagues, a lot of us were forced to emigrate. I left Russia 14 months ago and live in Lithuania now. And, very much thankful for the government of Lithuania for all the support towards exiled opposition activists that they provide. But what we're doing right now is we focused on daily, very extensive broadcasting for the Russian people. We are being watched in really big numbers. Like I host regular talk shows at Navalny Live YouTube channel run by Alexei Navalny team. In March, its audience was over 20 million unique viewers per month. Over 90% of them from Russia. My estimate of the total viewership of different independent channels on YouTube is like within 30–35 million range. That's about a quarter of adult population of Russia. That's probably about half of the politically active population, which pays part of the population which pays attention at all to any political developments, and it is growing. Over time. There is another poll which is less sensitive to politics, which was done by international advertising group, Group M. They were asking a question, they were interested in this obviously for the purposes of placing ads, and they were asking not a question like, do you support the war or not? But they were asking which information source do you trust most? So by mid-March, the champion was television, with 33% among all other media sources. But it dropped to 23%, lost 1/3 of the audience by end April, just within 5–6 weeks. Leveling off with social media, which have reached an all-time high of also 23 as a main primary trusted source of information. So the job that we're doing, telling the truth to the Russian people, is bearing fruit. We are really hoping of opening the third front against Putin's regime, with the first front obviously being fought by brave Ukrainians on the battlefield, the second front by the democratic world with major international sanctions, which do have an impact, very serious impact. But there's still this third front, which is missing a Russian public opinion turning against Putin and containing his actions. So we are committed at focusing on that. So far, our efforts has been relatively successful, but we need to do more, and we are aiming at doubling down. Now, I'll add a few words about the impact of sanctions. It is huge. It is enormous. What have been done to Russian economy with the international sanctions introduced in the past 3 months is a unique example of a deglobalization of a major important economy. because we've seen previous examples of Iran and North Korea, but honestly speaking, they were not such an important players in the international economy as Russia was. And this will have a tremendous impact, also delayed over time. So you don't have to judge by some current information, current statistics, because many sanctions are not immediately effective. The existing contracts were respected to last for like 2 or 3 more months or something like that. There's still stockpiles, warehouses of spare parts, goods, and so on. So actually, in a lot of ways, in the past few weeks, many things still continue to be business as usual. But it's important that what's coming is a big underlying disruption of all Russian production processes in both manufacturing and service industries. What you need to do to understand the impact of the Russian economy, you just need to Google deficit of spare parts, deficit of server capacities in the digital infrastructure, deficit of seed bank for agriculture and harvesting, and so on and on and on. It's clear that these major disruptions, so we're talking not only about sanctions imposed by the governments, but only what is also important are withdrawals from Western companies from cooperation with Russia, from being present on the Russian market, from supplying crucial equipment and technology to Russia, from logistics. That's very important. I think the sanctions imposed by governments would have only had a big but still limited impact, if not the withdrawals of companies. And it's important, I think the international community, and particularly Ukrainians, are keeping track of a number of companies which still continue to do business with Russia. So I think one important point is to continue to put pressure on them so that they break these ties and leave. It is important because all these economical, financial, technological, logistical, insurance sanctions, they have a very serious impact of making a U-turn in Putin's policies in stopping his aggression. I think we also should not concentrate on just, cherry picking one silver bullet which will stop Putin. I don't think there is anything, one singular issue which is capable of stopping him. I would say it's all of the above. All sorts of pressure, supplying heavy weapons to Ukraine, introducing more and heavier international sanctions, particularly the oil and gas embargo, because Putin is continuing to receive several hundred million euros a day for oil and gas exports to Europe, and that continues to fuel the war. The talks on oil embargo have been stalling recently. So it's very important that sanctions continue to be used as a very important tool, one of the tools, not a single solution, but one of the critical tools to actually stop Putin from what he's doing. As I said, again, there are other important issues as well, like Ukrainian resistance, supplying heavy weapons to Ukraine, plus achieving major shifts in domestic Russian public opinion, turning Russian public opinion against Putin. And yes, even a totalitarian state, public opinion is a major constraint. Like, for instance, there's been a lot of talk about Putin announcing mobilization, but he's not doing that because he's afraid, because that will have a negative impact on public perceptions against him. Or, we still, more than 3 months into the war, are capable of freely addressing the Russian people through YouTube. Putin is afraid to shut down YouTube because Google and YouTube, they refuse to take down individual videos and streams at the request of the Russian government. You can only switch off YouTube as a whole, but Putin is afraid to do that because more than 100 million of Russians are daily using YouTube for various purposes, including entertainment, education, and so on. And if he switches that off, and there is still no alternative, he will get dozens of millions of new angry people who would be very likely turning against him. So important lesson is yes, there are very serious constraints for what Putin can do in terms of public opinion. So I think it's very clear that Putin and his inner circle are determined to continue. They even disregard the cost in a lot of ways, which means that I think two important lessons. I see a lot of talk recently emerging in the West that we need to reach some sort of a ceasefire and talk out some diplomatic solution of this conflict with Putin. The way it looks right now, any sort of ceasefire will be simply used by Putin to regroup, replenish, and try again. There is no other way around. There is zero likelihood that Putin would respect any commitments because he's been throwing any of his commitments into dustbin very easily. The Budapest Memorandum, the Partnership and Cooperation Agreement with Ukraine, the Minsk agreements, whatever. He doesn't respect any commitments. He's fixated on taking control over Ukraine. He would use any diplomatic ceasefire to simply regroup and prepare for another assault. So I think it's important to understand that such an enormous effort on all fronts is required to stop him. So we cannot, we cannot overlook any opportunity. If we can do anything, supplying more weapons to Ukraine and helping their resistance, we must. If we need to introduce new, tougher sanctions, we must, because sanctions have a very serious impact. There will be a major disruption, major degradation of quality of life and living standards in Russia. It will also have its impact on Putin's elites and on public opinion. And we also need to double down on efforts to telling the truth to the Russian people and changing the public opinion in Russia, which is already working quite successfully and relatively fast, given the inertia and the censorship and the propaganda barriers that we face. So I think with all these efforts on all different fronts, I believe it will be possible to stop Putin, but we need not to sort of take lightly some relative recent Ukrainian successes. We need to be on high alert. We need to concentrate all efforts on different fronts aimed at stopping Putin. They all work, but it takes time. It's like, strangling a big, thick anaconda. It won't give up very easily, but it takes, effort and patience. And I'm sure together the free world will be able to achieve that and defeat this evil. We are doing our part the best we can, and again, we're primarily focused on changing the public opinion in Russia, which is fairly possible. I think I'll probably stop here, and we'll leave more room for questions and comments.
Merci.
Thank you. A round of applause.
Merci.
Thank you very much for giving us this very interesting information and landscape. I would say that often we speak of Russia, but should we not rather speak of the Russias in the plural? Because is there a shared vision between people coming from, let's say, rural, remote, impoverished areas and people coming from urban cities who are educated from Moscow or St. Petersburg? Perhaps not. During the lunch break, you were explaining that almost all soldiers sent to the front came from these poor regions and that they did not come from major cities, or at least they did not have an educated background. And so this is an important aspect. And then regarding the access to free information, there is perhaps a better access to this information in big cities. However, this is perhaps not the case in more remote areas where the relentless propaganda from the regime is an aspect that plays an important role. Now, So, several people would like to take the floor, so let's start with two. First of all, let's start with our colleague from Moldova. And then I would suggest that Georg from the Ukrainian delegation takes the floor. Dear colleague, you have the floor.
Much. My name is Radu Marian. I'm a member of parliament from Moldova. Very happy to attend this session. Well, thank you to the speaker. We really appreciate what the Navalny team did and is doing to inform what's going on in Russia, about the corruption there. People in Moldova also follow it. It's very important for us to, for people to our country to understand what's the scale of the corruption of the Putin regime. But coming back to, I have two questions for you. But before that, I would like to talk very briefly about what's going on in Moldova and the economic consequences that we face after the barbaric invasion of Russia to Ukraine, because after Ukraine, obviously, Moldova is probably the most affected country by this war. First of all, we had a massive influx of refugees, more than 450,000 refugees crossing our borders, which is quite a lot for a country of 2.7 million. 90,000 of them are staying in Moldova, which is 4% of our population. It's the highest number of refugees per capita. Half of these people are children. So 1 in 10 children in Moldova right now are refugees. They're staying in people's homes. They are staying in government centers. It's quite challenging, but we are more than happy to help that. Commercially, Odessa port has been a crucial route for exports. It's been blocked as well. We have very strong ties with Ukraine and with the routes there. 30–40% of food imports come from Ukraine. So obviously the prices have gone up more than in other countries. So it's obviously quite challenging, and we are looking forward to receive more support from the whole Western community. So as for the questions, my first question would be, how realistic do you think is for Russian people to speak up or to attend protests in the medium or long term? Is this even a possibility, considering the brutality of the conditions and almost totalitarian laws that have been adopted recently? And my second question is, the reports that we hear is that Russia's economy is surprisingly resilient and the ruble is keeping up, and there's the balance of trade is quite positive. How long do you think it will take to see in Russia some sort of deficits that we've been used to see in the Soviet Union? How long will it take before the actual deficits or the sanctions will actually bite the everyday people's life? Thank you again for your insights.
I would now suggest that Georg takes the floor on behalf of the Ukrainian delegation. Thank you, Georg.
Vladimir, you pointed on two main points, propaganda and sanctions. And I would like to start from the propaganda, understand that the support of Putin in Russia is decreasing, as you said, but so we have some who doesn't support war, but it doesn't mean, I think, they are against war. It doesn't mean that this position transferring in some actions, anti-war actions. It's not enough to be, to do not support war in Russia, but I think you as a opposition have to do a lot, I don't know, some things that will push Russia to start the actions against war. This is the first point. And of course, we understand that the propaganda machine, which works right now in Russia under the control of the government, but still Russians have another sources, the internet, I don't know, YouTube, etc. Where is the critical mindset of Russian? Why they don't use these sources? Why these sources doesn't change their mindset? And about actions, and of course, we have already discussed the problem of propaganda in Russia, and I proposed also that the personal sanctions should be imposed not only to TV host or journalist of this propaganda machine, but to all employees of this media. I mean, from driver to office manager, because in this way we will at least we will have an attempt to disbalance this media. I mean, some person will decide that, oh, I will be I don't want to be an employee of this media. I would prefer to have a visa and to cross the border of Russian Federation. So it's just one of the approach how to work with this propaganda. And the sanctions. You know, I heard a lot of some position that sanctions should be imposed until the Russian troops withdrawn from Russia, from Ukrainian territory. I think the sanctions should be imposed until the Russia will pay reparations, will recover our economy, will recover all what they destroyed. And then, only then, we can start the discussion about the lightening of these sanctions. Of course, in the nearest future, we will have one more, or not even more, one more the manifestation of hybrid attacks from Russian Federation, for example, through the this food crisis, through the energy crisis, and this will be the start of the negotiations, all blackmailing from Russia. If you want to take these blocked agricultural products, you have to light our sanctions or something like this, and we have to be prepared for this. We have to. Well, I heard from some politicians, from some journalists across Europe, that we have to allow to save a face to Putin. What for? Who will save the face to our raped women or children? We have to understand that this war will continue some time, and the sanctions should be imposed again and again, more and more. And of course, we have to do something with this propaganda machine. So, what is your opinion about this? Thank you.
I'll answer these important questions. Yeah. So, I can answer that, okay. And we can come back. Yes. Thank you so much. First, on the reparations and damage, yes, completely agree, 100%. I think we believe, and we discussed this with Alexei Navalny directly, that this should be the main precondition. No lifting of any sanctions before the issue of rebuilding Ukraine is settled. Putin has destroyed a major European country, and he should pay the bill. And we're ready to do that. We understand our liability. That's important. So this is really, I think, going broader into the issue of negotiations, some peace settlement, and so on. Listen, all the experience that we have actually been shouting at the international level for more than 20 years, this will end up badly. Putin will not stop. So we're really talking about it, systemically eliminating the threat, not signing something with him and counting on his word, which costs nothing. right, as we know already, right? So that is, I think we should really double down. This is what we are doing, me and my colleagues are doing at the international stage. We are visiting all the capitals of the democratic world, trying to convince the politicians, like, don't buy his words, don't buy any of his, signatures under agreements. He will simply use it to buy time, but he will not change. He will come back and strike again. So we should go towards systemically eliminating the threat, getting rid of Putin's regime, such as it is. So I'm really very much disappointed with this, all this, raising the heads of appeasers across Europe and the world, saying that Ukraine should give up its territory, we should need a settlement. I mean, that only plays in the hands of Putin. It's just a one-way street. And it will not, produce any sort of positive result, because Putin really, listen, that's one important thing to understand. How Putin views, and I've been part of the government, I've visited summits with him, I was part of the Russian delegation in 2002 at the Kananaskis G8 summit with Putin together. How he sees international leaders. As a permanently rotating bunch of guys. There will be other ones in a couple of years' time. I've seen many of them. Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, now this guy, there will be the next guy probably in 2024. This is how he sees it. So for him, any sort of agreement is just simply buying time. This is what many people in the West really don't understand, and we should be focused on explaining that. Now, on the issue of different Russias and also when and where Russians will protest. Yes, there are different Russias, and it's complicated, it's multidimensional. Like, for instance, all the people who really think about creating something, building a future for themselves, the families, like education, building a successful business, anyone who looks forward, not backwards like Putin is doing. I would say 100% of these sort of folks are against Putin and his policies, not just the war, but broadly. You saw them on the streets. I would say my estimate is that in the past 5 years, the total number of Russians who attended protest rallies, including rotation, was several million people. Several million people, at the very least. Yes, they interchanged, because it's also, Russians have, that's not unique, but Russians have this psychological issue of being oppressed for too long. Like they say, yeah, we're ready to come out in protest. But if it's going to be just, that one time when we achieve success. So we got to be sure that we're successful. To keep on protesting, getting jail, that's a vicious circle. Many people just don't see how they can achieve anything by doing that. Also importantly, the economic factor. This is something, I discuss this a lot with Ukrainians, and this is something really they don't really get. Over the years, Putin developed such a type of economy where even if there's still some remaining private businesses, they're also very dependent on the government. It can be cut off in 24 hours, right? Even if you're like completely private, but the government has the tools to cut you off completely if you misbehave. Not to mention that all of the strategic sectors across the board are either controlled directly by the government or by Putin's cronies. So we had an example last year with the parliamentary elections in September, when the police and FSB was visiting tens of thousands of households, because they have the big data database where they collect all the people who put likes under Navalny's posts or comments, people who are subscribed to Navalny's database or were sending donations. Tens of thousands of households. They went door to door. And they said, if now we understand that really this had not only something to do with elections, but also with the upcoming war. They were really warning them. If you do anything, if you stick your head out, if you do not stay put, you will be fired from job, you'll face a lot of other consequences. There's been examples when they take away children from people who are involved in protest activity and transfer them to orphanages. These are real recorded cases. So this is why, I mean, people will indeed come out and protest. But what we need to do to make that happen is to significantly weaken the system, to deprive it of resources. I think what's going to begin in the next few months, and we need to double down efforts to achieve that. Everybody, including both the broader society and the elite, will begin openly questioning what Putin is doing and where do we go from here. That's just, I remember mid-1980s, and this was the protest out of which perestroika grew. Perestroika was not just some, click in the head of Gorbachev. It was heavily driven by mounting bottom-up demand for change. So we need to achieve that. And returning to different Russias, I think it's also important that there are a lot of people, which is very unfortunate for us. We really are shocked by the numbers, no hiding that. There is a really big number of people with imperialist sentiment, with total lack of empathy for Ukrainians, with support for Putin. There's a big number of that. But these people are absolutely incapable of any actions. They will always say yes and nod to whatever the bosses are saying. There are no lining up to military recruitment facilities to go and fight in Ukraine. Essentially, they themselves are escaping. Those who this is only a kitchen talk of the people who watch too much TV and want to preach to their relatives. That's what their support is worth. Now, people who can really do something, most of them are not only against the war, but against Putin's regime, against the confrontation with the West, and so on. So it's important to understand that this, forward-looking Russia, which is capable of something, it might not be the majority today, but this is the driving force which possesses the energy to carry out our country somewhere forward, right? All these folks who are supporting Putin in words, we saw that in '91. They're capable of very little. When all this collapses, they won't go out defending Putin. Importantly, there are no bottom-up pro-Putin rallies right now. All the rallies that we see are being brought in, and I know a lot of people who actually went there. You saw them on television with flags supporting Putin in Luzhniki. I know some of them. Sorry to say it, but they told that we were literally nearly vomiting there because we were simply threatened with losing our job, losing everything, and we were just not ready to say no at the moment. So they have these very heavy feelings about that. So the important point, there is no bottom-up strong support in the society. It's all like, nodding to the boss, nothing more. So there will be protests, but before they emerge, we need to weaken the system to make people more sure that they will achieve result with protesting. And also about the economy and the resilience. That is all mythology, which is being specifically promoted by the Russian government. Like what they did is that they introduced mandatory sales of currency for exporters. One of the important issues, they nearly shut down imports. Imports are down by drastic numbers. Like in March alone, just in March, I think further the situation will get even worse. Imports from Germany down 63% year-on, and we import all the necessary stuff from Germany. Machinery, all sorts of equipment for the digital infrastructure, critical components and products for the food consumer industries and so on. Essentially, I think imports from the EU down 56% year on year, just in March. It will be more later. So we're going down to the pre-digital age. Typewriters, basically. Another figure is that I think in April, the import of button telephones was up 53%. Smartphones down 15%. Because of withdrawal of Apple, Samsung, and so on. So there's a very sharp degradation of living standards. One of the recent surveys shows that a majority of Russians, about a third of Russians, note a very significant and sharp decrease of the quality of food in grocery stores. So that's it. I would strongly advise against talking about impact of the sanctions on the Russian economy in purely macroeconomic figures. Figures are misleading because also statistics is tricky. We don't know the real exchange rate. We don't know the real effective exchange rate. And Russia is an open economy. Exchange rate is important for GDP, whatever, right? Russia is becoming increasingly closed. In the past few months, they had stopped publishing a lot of accounting on, foreign trade, companies' balance sheets, and whatever. So the amount of real information that we possess has shrunk dramatically. So let's judge on other criteria. And I think deteriorating living standards would be the main. There are many issues which allow us to judge on that. Plus, because of the disconnection from imports of component parts, lack of access to technology, logistics, we'll see shutdowns of enterprises very soon. Like, for instance, there's this big project called Arctic LNG by Novatek. It's a huge, massive LNG production project. It's been effectively brought to a halt because of just one thing: withdrawal of Germany company Linde, which is supplying unique and critical heat exchangers for gas liquefaction. So the small heat exchanger issue had brought this whole big project to effectively a halt. I think they will shut it down in the near future. There are many examples like that. So we need to develop a much more complex and sophisticated tools to assess the real temperature of the Russian economy beyond just the macro figures that we got used to in a normal environment, which is not there anymore and will not be for a long time.
Merci. Je crois que nous...
Thank you very much. I think Andrei Michelov of Bulgaria would like to raise a question.
So I have two questions regarding the sanctions. Vladimir Stanislavovich, I want to ask you about, do you have information about attempts of companies to trying to bypass the sanctions regime? And my second question is, what is your opinion as a former Deputy Minister of Energetics regarding the states trying to take benefits of war? For example, intensifying the trade with Putin's Russia, for example, buying more Russian goods, gas and oil. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, unfortunately, there are countries who are trying to take advantage of what's going on, and particularly the Kremlin is focused at diverting some of the export flow towards Asia, where I think the biggest country that is trying to be the beneficiary is India, which wants to buy a lot of Russian oil, gas, and a lot of raw material supplies at discounted price. That's also important to understand, because many people are asking the question, will Russia be able to divert its oil and gas flows to countries like China and India? Partially, yes. But it will be also related to enormous investments in new infrastructure, which is not present there to be able to deliver volumes to that direction. And also, Indian and Chinese companies, they are very clever, they understand what kind of position Russia is finding themselves in, so they demand steep discounts. Just one figure, for instance, in April, average price of Russian export oil blend Urals was $70 per barrel. That's against $105 for Brent. $35 per barrel discount. And that's just the beginning. There's going to be more. So, yeah, unfortunately, there are states that try to get some benefits from the war, also not condemning Putin's aggression against Ukraine. And I think more should be done at the international stage about it. On companies trying to bypass the sanctions, yeah, there are many examples. which means, and here's, listen, sorry, but I would afford myself a little bit of advice. I think the West should really beef up the agencies which are monitoring compliance with sanctions. Like the US OFAC, Office of Foreign Assets Control, which monitors the compliance, is extremely understaffed, to my humble point of view. Now, when we talk about the European Union, I actually even wonder whether there are agencies comparable with American OFAC, which are capable of careful monitoring of compliance with sanctions. So I think the effort should be put into beefing up these agencies and increasing their complying monitoring capacity.
I'm just giving a glance to the room and see if there's anyone else who would like to take the floor or ask a question. It seems that no, everyone has asked a question. Therefore, thank you very much. Your fight is a very bold one, a very important one, and a necessary one. What we are certain of is that there will be an after, a post-Putin. We don't know when. We hope that it will happen as soon as possible, but there will be a time after Putin. And Russia will stay an actor on the stage, and you are that important link between your country, because you are a real patriot. You defend your country. And by that I mean that you don't have this very narrow-minded vision and short-term vision and this desire to just gain power for the sake of power that has Putin. You're not like that. You're in that tradition of a Russia that is open towards the world. You're part of that tradition of a Russia that shares a number of beliefs and a number of values that we also have in common. And therefore, I believe it was very important for us to hear you today. We know how difficult it is for you and for your families. We know how difficult it is for Navalny and for his family as well, and his close ones. We know how difficult it is for all the activists that fight for democracy, human rights in Russia. There are many, unfortunately, we don't hear them enough, but the work that you do, this underlying work, is essential. And therefore, for all of that, on my name, but also I believe on the behalf of all of my colleagues here, of the various delegations, all that we can tell you is thank you.
Alors, nous allons enchaîner.
We'll keep going. And now we'll be looking at the report by our colleague Faik Otsak, the preliminary draft report of the Subcommittee on Transition and Development and its strategic trade challenges, securing industries and essential supply chains. Faik.
Donc, cher Faik, merci.
Dear Faik, thank you very much. Thank you for presenting this draft report to us. Thank you, dear Chair.
Conceived of this report, I thought China would emerge as a central theme of the discussion. It indeed is. But what I had not expected was the degree to which we would also have to explore the challenges to trade and supply chains now posed by Russia. I have thus added an annex that explores the impact of the war on global food, commodities, consumer goods, and equities markets, as well as on inflation and growth outlooks. Europe will suffer the consequences of this war more than North America. Those countries with close trade and energy links to Russia will suffer more significant impacts, while Ukraine tragically confronts the highest cost of all. In recent years, we have seen a range of trade-related issues become more serious geostrategic concerns. China is challenging the rules and norms of the international trading system. Through the Belt and Road Initiative, it seeks to establish a trading system premised on norms more in its own image. It has launched a 10-year plan to combine subsidies, patent acquisitions, and trade protection to achieve dominant global market positions. The fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic has also reopened once settled questions about the trade order and how best to generate wealth and ensure economic stability. It has also illustrated the risk of over-reliance upon strategic competitors for essential commodities, production inputs, and finished goods. While the initial catalyst for these concerns was Chinese restrictions on exporting surgical masks, medical equipment, and ingredients used in drug production, the challenge extends to other sectors like lithium and cobalt production and computer chips, in which China plays a leading role. Production problems stemming from COVID-driven lockdowns, port closures, and labor shortages have demonstrated that essential trading linkages can be appended more easily than previously thought. When even a single link in the trading chain is broken, chaos can result, particularly in an era of just-on-time delivery systems. Many analysts were shocked when a tanker accident in the Suez Canal had global knock-on effects for weeks. Imagine, therefore, what happens when China locks down a global port to fight COVID. In fact, we know the answer now. Such events can trigger a global supply crisis, industrial uncertainty, and soaring prices. China is not the only problem here. Russia tends to see international trade and investment as a zero-sum game and an extension of national security policy. The war in Ukraine has revealed the security risk of relying on Russia for energy. That war has triggered a food supply crisis with global implications. Concerns about these trends suggest that we need to inject broader governance and security considerations into the global trade architecture. We need to do more to protect access to production inputs, including critical commodities. The pandemic, China's policy throughout this crisis, and now Russia's horrific aggression on Ukraine have exposed new vulnerabilities to the trading order. New approaches are needed to address these vulnerabilities. The Biden administration has worked with allies and partners to shape the global trade space in a more proactive fashion. Early in its tenure, it called for the establishment of a supply chain disruptions task force to forge a whole-of-government response to these challenges. It also launched a year-long effort to craft strategies to shore up 6 industrial bases underpinning America's economic and national security. Europe has a longer and deeper tradition of industrial policy than does the United States, and is now drawing on that experience to address supply chain and strategic trade challenges. Brussels has stepped up public funding for a range of critical industries, including electric vehicle batteries, clean hydrogen, and cloud computing. It has also identified the semiconductor industry as particularly vulnerable. In February, the Commission unveiled a 43 billion euros of investment to promote research and production of advanced chips used in computers, phones, automobiles, and other devices. There is also growing interest in diversification of supply, onshoring and nearshoring. Several US firms have moved production from China back to the United States, as well as to Mexico and Brazil, among other countries, both to shorten supply lines and to diversify the sources of supply. This could lower risk premia, slash shipping costs, prove more environmentally sustainable, lower dependence on strategic rivals, and spark investment in emerging countries near major global markets. Market actors must take the lead in reducing their exposure to supply chain risks, while governments must recognize their limits in this regard. States, however, can shape the process in broad terms through concerted trade, industrial, environmental, tax, transportation, and even strategic policies conducted in close consultation with friends, allies, and the private sector. Strategic reserve policies offer another way to hedge against critical supply shortages in the future. This is already common in the energy field, but it may be that other critical goods like medical equipment should also be stockpiled so that it is accessible when needed. But we must continue to defend the concept of free trade in our societies. The political problem lies not in open trade as such, but rather in how the gains from trade are distributed. Using some of the windfalls a society generates through trade to retrain workers who lose their jobs to foreign competition, for example, can reduce broad-based domestic anxiety about trade. While it may make sense to exclude strategic rivals from bidding on critical national infrastructure and other strategic projects, engaging allies and partners generally makes strategic and economic sense. In such cases, in simple terms, buy NATO may be a better alternative than buy national. Free trading democracies need to uphold an alternative to China's Belt and Road approach to trade, which in many cases is turning out to be a poisoned pill for countries signing on to it, particularly given the proliferation of debt traps linked to the project. As I mentioned, the report's annex focuses on the Russian crisis and discusses the International Energy Agency's 10-point strategies for reducing dependence on Russian oil and gas, respectively. As its head, Fatih Birol, told members of this committee in Paris this March, the International Energy Agency is calling for no new gas contracts with Russia, maintenance of existing nuclear power plants, and a concerted effort to find alternative sources of supply before the demand climbs again next winter. Governments should push renewable energy development while slashing energy use through carpooling, tougher highway speed limits, higher automobile efficiency standards, lower settings on thermostats, and massive emergency programs to finance energy efficiency through building renovations. Simply increasing the number of buildings effectively insulated in Europe by 1%, by 1 percentage points, would save the equivalent amount of gas currently passing through the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. These kinds of insights should help us order our policy priorities in this difficult moment. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to to your questions and comments.
Voilà, merci.
Thank you very much, my dear Faik. Thank you for having told us a few words on this report. First, I will give the word to Patricia Mireles, French delegation. Patricia, you have the floor. Thank you, dear Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. So you were right to say that NATO was closely monitoring the Western Balkans situation alongside the EU. And we have also been supporting the EU4 Althea operation. The current crisis justifies an increased engagement to protect the Western Balkans, and that's one of France's priorities for its Council presidency. Indeed, there is instability at the Ukrainian border, and that could extend. And what Russia is doing in the Western Balkans is now proven. Moscow is still adopting a very hostile rhetoric towards the sovereignty of these states and a desire rather to choose their alliance. Bosnia and Herzegovina is particularly vulnerable. Therefore, in these conditions, we need to strengthen this assistance at the request of partner countries. I think that strengthening this assistance is essential, and we need to adapt it to each country, in addition to leveraging competent actors here. This has to be done in all domains. There is also the EU's strategic compass and the NATO's strategic concept. These two elements remind us that these two organizations must be complementary. And they must be complementary in this respect and have to cooperate, whether in resilience, cyber defense, cyberspace, the fight against the manipulation of information, and they also have to coordinate in terms of climate change. As for NATO, what do you think of this proposal that would be to open up to these countries an access to the Alliance Resilience Center? So, second speaker, Mr. Speller from the UK. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And can I say, I think this is an excellent report and extremely timely, because when our British Defence Committee was at visiting NATO a couple of weeks ago, the question about supply chain resilience and logistics has risen up the agenda dramatically. And I think, for example, that the report very well identifies one of the key problems for industry and for governments of their failure to price risk effectively. And in fact, looking at the risk pricing industry, I think is going to be extremely important. So what I'm going to say is not in any way criticism of the report, but how I think it can be further developed. And there's a lot of talk around this about industries of the future as opposed to industries of the past. And the auto industry is suffering from a shortage of computer chips. But you also can't build a car unless you've got tyres and a transmission system. And much of that depends on much more traditional industry, which has been undervalued and outsourced. And so also in the report, it's focusing very much, I would say, on macro supply chain and not necessarily, and therefore the original equipment manufacturers, and not so much right the way down to those tiers 2, 3, 4, 5 suppliers. And many of those companies are capable of moving from industry to industry. We saw that in the Second World War, and we even saw it during the pandemic. Companies would move from producing safety equipment for people who worked in food manufacture to being able to produce for medical grade, because they had the basic skills and they had capacity. And one of the areas that I think we have missed out on is understanding the need for industrial capacity. And by that I mean not just machinery, but trained personnel, not necessarily highly skilled, but semi-skilled, as people would describe it, but actually very good at operating that machinery, who can transfer from one role to another. And it is that ecosystem that you used to see, and still see to some extent, in many industrial countries, where these firms service different markets. In the engineering industry in my area, they serve aerospace, they serve Formula One, they serve premium vehicles, and therefore they serve defence, and they're able to switch, but they have to have that capacity can be ramped up, whereas the costs and the time scales of setting up a new site are very, very considerable. And that's why the Speaker just mentioned about stockpiling, and some level of stockpiling may be relevant, but actually having that capacity, and I suspect we're going to see that in Ukraine, where on both sides almost World War I levels of munitions are being expended, and the need to be able to resupply and replenish is enormously important. Final point then is the way in which in industry, and also I would argue governments, have undervalued labour and have seen their workforce not as an asset but just as a cost. And investing in that and also enabling a degree of security for that workforce and not having a transient workforce, I think will be a logical consequence of the need to rebuild that capacity, both for social cohesion, which is extremely important in resilience, but also just in raw security terms. Thank you very much.
Merci John pour cette...
Thank you, John, very much for your words, and actually agree with a great number of things that you have just said. I now give the floor to our colleague Victor Ruiz of the Spanish delegation. Victor. I will be speaking Spanish. I hope that the interpreting is working for everyone, says the speaker. It seems that it is working, indeed. Thank you very much, Chair. I am Victor Ruiz. I'm a Spanish senator at the Spanish Parliament, and at the request of Pedro Sanchez, head of government, the law on the national security following the war and the pandemic was recast, and also following the volcano eruption that we saw in the Canaries. This led to destruction of one of bananas, actually, in Spain, which is quite unusual. But so these events, the pandemic, the volcano, meant that the armed forces also took part in this situation, and there's also the emergency units that intervene. They intervene in case of pandemic, in terms of any kind of emergency situation. And in Spain, following COVID, the various administrations cooperated immensely together. But this also was a way for us to identify shortfalls in this legislation and identify shortfalls in terms of national security. There were a number of energy issues, cybersecurity issues that were identified. Therefore, my question for the rapporteur is the following, and I congratulate you for your work. And here, let me open a parenthesis. Everything I'm talking about, the recast of this Spanish law, will be done under the auspices of the commitments that have been taken by Spain at the international level. Of course, nothing will be done against the European legislation. But my question is, do other countries also need to adapt their legislation in terms of national security, especially in terms of strategic reserves, strategic stocks, for instance? Because in our draft law, we are talking about strategic stocks, but we're also talking about capability reserves, capability stocks. Just to give you an example, there would be no point having a number of breathing or respiratory systems. What we need is the capability to build these systems very fast and very swiftly. Thank you, Victor. If I may add a few words to what we've just heard.
C'est un conciliabule entre le rapporteur.
Right, it seems there's a small unofficial conversation between our rapporteur and our head. So, dear rapporteur, I was saying that we've just heard 3 extremely interesting speakers, but I wanted to add a few words to what they have said and to go to sort of echo my colleagues. I want to say a few words about how fragile our societies were in some respects when it comes sometimes to certain technical elements as well. If my memory doesn't fail me, 2 years ago there was one COVID case in the Nanken port in Nanken Harbour, and this port was closed for 3 weeks, which disrupted the supply chains in a similar way to what we've seen in the Suez Canal with the Evergreen tanker, which sort of went sideways and stopped all global sea shipments. So in addition to that, there are more specific elements concerning the various over-reliance that we have. But this is also a result of this unparalleled globalization, trying to cut costs, and that has a number of consequences. And there's also the fact that we have put ourselves in situations of dependence. I'm thinking of rare earths, for instance. And China, when it comes to a number of these strategic elements, controls 80 to 90% of the global market, directly or indirectly. And of course, this can have an impact on our general industries, but also specifically on our defense industries. Therefore, these stakes, these challenges are extremely important to have in mind. This is why this report is extremely relevant. And there are a number of elements we have to take into account when it comes to securing supply chains, the main and the key supply chains. And we have to do it swiftly and efficiently. So, dear rapporteur, I'm looking forward to hearing your answers.
Let me start by the question of our French colleague, Patricia. Well, it's important to open to take Western Balkans into the Center for Excellence, if I understood correctly the question. John's comments were very important. Yes, this is an issue which is related to the misconception of risk. Well, when I was in Great Britain to do my master's degree at the University of Birmingham, half of my class was Chinese students doing masters and financed through companies, financed by UK companies. And we came to a situation where China became the sole production center for the global industrial production center for the global economy. But as you have mentioned, the risks were misconceived. What was misconceived is that this just-in-time global delivery supply did not work at some, it was working quite nicely for a very long period of time. And then suddenly, after the COVID-19 crisis, we saw that this is a major risk. So now this opens a new space for all of us, especially. And as we have put in the report, this strategic challenges, I think now within the context of countries who are members of NATO, who are sharing the same values, we should not be subject to hostile approaches by our strategic rivals. So we should take the necessary measures by concentrating on our values first, and I think also through diversifying also to the supply chains. Senator Ruiz's comments were very important also. Thank you. Adopting national legislations about compiling keeping strategic stocks and other measures is something. But I think within the context of our, although NATO is a defense defense unity, I think economy is having a very important impact on reducing the resilience of the country. So we have to look to that and try to have regional or alliance-based rules in order to strengthen our resilience against new global risks. And merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your comments. The situation is very fragile, that's for sure.
And as the members of the Western Coalition, we are in the best position to find solutions to this situation. Thank you for your interventions.
Merci.
Thank you.
Fake for your report, and this report we will examine him definitely in Madrid. Alors, ceci m'amène.
So, do you have any further questions or comments on this report? No one? No? So, thank you very much and good luck for your future work, Mr. Rapporteur. Before I conclude this meeting, I wanted to know if one of you wanted to raise a different question. Any AOB? Well, if that's not the case, then we can conclude this meeting of the Economic and Security Committee. I would like to thank once again the Lithuanian delegation for organizing this spring session. I know that this was a tall order, a challenge, because of the short notice that you had to organize everything. I wanted to wholeheartedly thank all the members of the committee and the delegations for being actively involved in our debates and discussions today. Thank you very much to all the speakers, and thank you very much to our outstanding rapporteurs for the quality of their work. Thank you for your presentations. On behalf of all participants, I would also like to thank the interpreters.
difficile. Thank you so much. Dankeschön, gracias et autres pour chacun d'entre.
Thank you to all the interpreters for their hard work. Thank you very much to Paul Cook and Karen Volken-Loven and all their colleagues at the international staff. They have been working relentlessly behind the scenes for this meeting. Thank you to our research assistant, Paul Comari, who has also been working very hard for this meeting and who comes from the Department of the Land in the southwest of France. Our next meeting, and Karen, but I mentioned Karen, I think. Yes, I did mention her. You're not listening, Paul. So our next meeting will be during the annual session from the 18th to the 21st of November in Madrid. There will be various visits of the committees and subcommittees by then. I believe that we will start next week in Kosovo and Serbia, if I'm not mistaken, or rather Bosnia and Kosovo. And then I think that we will have a visit of the subcommittee in the United States and during the last week of September to California, and other events and meetings if necessary. In the meantime, before we meet again in Madrid, and I can say buenas tardes to you, I wish you a lovely afternoon and a very constructive session for the remaining time. Thank you very much.